All right. All right. How's everyone doing today? I am running a little bit late. I apologize for that. Hopefully, my mic is working. It sounds like it's working. All right. There we go. Very much last minute putting together the stream. Um, for those who weren't aware, I actually went to two meetups on opposite coasts 2 days in a row. I was actually sorry, I was in New York Tuesday night to do the Solid New York meetup. You might have seen that. It's on the channel, and it's like, oh man. And also, came back to go to the React Christmas party, put on by Ben and Reactathon and Event Loop and whatnot. Um, the following night, so I actually was on two plane flights back to back. I basically barely slept, and then I got back, and then I finally slept, and that was like yesterday. And now I'm finally caught up, and then I was like, oh, we need a stream. First time I'm missing this. No, yeah, we're gonna have Minko on today, which I'm very excited about. He's now the lead of the Angular team at Google, and he's going to come join us in a little under an hour, around 1 p.m. Pacific time. So we got a little time right now, get things going. I got to like catch up on some stuff, catch up on chat, actually announce this stream because I sort of just literally was like making covers and stuff like right as we got to showtime, so to speak. So let me see here. Let me give me a moment. I just wanted to make sure that I was live at the right time when I actually advertised it. You know, so where are we at? There we go. Twitch chat is live. Hey AJ, hey Nate. Just making sure that everything is going good. Yeah. No, it's awesome when you can just like go on Twitter and go, "Hey, anyone want to talk about something?" and see if we could get it going. But no, I'm serious about learning Angular. It's been much too long since like Angular's always been there. Like right from when I got back into like JavaScript frameworks. I mean, to be fair, maybe not at the very beginning because I did get in right on that jQuery query train. Um, but like it was pretty much always there as like an option I could choose. I just had this path that led us straight to Knockout, kind of like I was on the Microsoft path, so to speak, through the 2000s. So I kind of went like straight to Knockout, and then when I went to go, okay, I want a bigger opinionated framework, I was suddenly like kind of left with a choice. I'm like, there was two options by that point. It was either Angular or Ember, and I actually went with Ember at the time because Ember's change model reminded me more of the reactivity of Knockout. So I know it's not quite the same thing, but that's what kind of got me there. And I just never picked up Angular. And then like React came out, and then it was like, okay, well, React's minimal, kind of like Knockout is, and then Vue, and then like everyone kept on going on that trend. And I never really got back to learning like an Angular and Aurelia or any of like the bigger opinionated frameworks. It just wasn't really in the cards, so to speak. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I've had plenty of discussions with members of the Angular team in the past, and like talked about a lot of their new direction. I don't know we're gonna get too far on that today. I think I'm gonna save that for a future stream. But like for me right now, it's just like take the perspective like I'm a React dev or someone like along those lines who hasn't used Angular and goes like, what's the deal? What's Angular all about? That's sort of what I'm thinking. The hell? There's like sirens in the background somewhere. But they're not outside. I feel like one of my kids' toys. Seriously, I don't know where it's coming from. It's weird. But yeah, so that's just give us a little bit of context here in terms of where we got it. There's been a lot of like cool stuff that's been happening this week, anyways. Like why when I actually put the question up on Twitter, people are like, um, gave me quite a few suggestions of what we could have also talked about on this stream. Actually, I went mind even pulling a few of those up and maybe giving them a moment's time just while we're kind of getting set up here and got the stream rolling. Let's go on Twitter here. Let's see where we are. All right. Let me share my screen. I was practically forced to use Angular. Sorry, it's not showing up here. No, that's not it. And I still don't get how it works internally. Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I think what's cool about Angular is they wanted to kind of keep backwards compatibility. I know the migration from Angular 1 to Angular 2 was a thing, but I think what was interesting is there's a lot of different paradigms you could approach to building front-end web, right? And I think it's interesting that Angular has lived through kind of all of them. Like it was around at the beginning. It morphed and changed slightly with the changes that came with the component model, and maybe even with some of the reactive stuff that's happening right now. So it's kind of like it's interesting to me to see how that changes perspective. I've had a couple chances to talk to some Angular folks when I was like at NG Poland, and like Minko too as well, because like some stuff like Zone.js, which for those who aren't aware, is this very interesting change detection system that they have in Angular that lets them kind of like treat async threads as like they're being part of the actual change system. Like it can actually track through promises. Is really quite innovative in like a different direction than a lot of others went. If you talk to Minko, he kind of regrets it now, but on the other hand, like it's really interesting stuff, right? Like there are similar things in Node. If you've seen this before, like Node has a ability, I forget what the primitive's called, where you can actually like basically keep context through async promise resolutions. That's why you don't do 5-hour streams. You run out of ideas. Yeah, but the funny thing is, surprisingly, I've managed to just keep on going. Like usually around Thursday or whatever, or Wednesday, like I like something has happened, and I'm like, yeah, that's the topic for this week. But what ended up happening this week was I was so tired that like it was last night when I was like, okay, what am I doing? Like it just the way the timing went. Give me like 24 hours, like figure something out. Sometimes needs a little bit of thought. Yeah, see, Angular has like great tooling around this kind of stuff. I think any framework built with a large company in mind would have to. Migration Story for Marco was really cool like this too. Like just so much, like you've got thousands of apps internally. It's like you need to make sure that you can actually move people along with it. Zone is a broken hack. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I'm qualified to make that statement myself. I don't know. Domain API, thank you. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm hoping so. That's why I'm doing this, because like honestly, I am Angular is just like the one I never learned, and sometimes like I'm like I was a little bit scared, or like until Minko was like, "Hey, let's do this." I was a little bit like, I don't know how I feel, because it's funny. Even me today is different than me like 8 years ago. I feel like when I learned Vue, for example, I started learning Vue again recently because of like the stream, looking into Nuxt. And just like the different binding syntax and stuff. I kind of got like I had trouble with it. It wasn't intuitive for me anymore. But I feel like younger me, like back in 2012 or 13, would have got Vue like right away. But like now when I was looking at it, I'm like there's just a couple things, and then when I'm like, okay, wait, I've seen stuff like this. I can apply that pattern. I look, and then I get tripped up because there's like multiple shorthands, and I got lost in the amount of richness in the detail and the shortcuts and like the way they build everything on top. Like I bet you, if you know Vue very well, like everything would kind of just fall into place, and it would be like very terse and it would make sense and you'd really, really love it. But for me, it was like, I'm like, okay, so this syntax is the same as this syntax, except, like if there was there, and then it was like, okay, so like different symbols meaning different things. And like it took more. And I know this is a common complaint from React developers when looking at Vue or Angular or even a little bit at Svelte. I don't think learning that stuff is necessarily that big of a hurdle, because once you have it, you're kind of empowered by it. But like it means like for someone like solo learning, in the course of a stream or something, it can be tricky because even if I know what I'm looking for, I can still have a really hard time. If that makes any sense, I think that aspect, um, React does actually like it isn't. They sold it pretty hard early days, but I don't think it's like as understand. Like, don't get me wrong, when you look at JSX, there's a bunch of weird stuff to you. Like, why can you render props and stuff? Like, there's things you don't expect that you would do. So people learning are going like, oh, that's weird. Like, why would you do that? But then when like the clicking point for you with JSX is like, you're like, oh, it's like JavaScript and you're passing functions and you can, they're JavaScript expressions. Like once you can like understand the syntactual piece of JSX, the rest of it just follows. You don't actually, you never have to go reference it. You never go, oh, I forgot what that symbol or what that shortcut is or what that like special property is or whatever. Like you might have to do that with hooks, but not with the JSX so much. And I feel like that is a different type of thinking or learning. Like I feel like if I learned Vue 8 years ago and maybe Angular and then came back to it 8 years later, like there'd be more stuff that I would have forgot, so to speak. It's interesting. Ryan is the closest thing to going to the Mount of tougher wisdom from elders. It's almost crazy. It feels like it's for us. Well, I appreciate that. But it's like no one knows everything, and it's tricky, because if you, I don't want to misrepresent stuff, because everything's in a reflection of where you currently are in your current knowledge of things. So even if I can like, it's why this sort of stuff concerns me a little bit, because how do I put it? Like in one sense, I could go remake Vue or React or maybe even Angular. Like I could go like make a like sketch and we could start like programming it out and remaking it. But I'm way more likely to get caught on like some kind of syntax thing, like how, like not mechanically how to do it, but how to actually author it, and that kind of stuff is tricky because it's like you spend a lot of time in references and troubleshooting and that kind of stuff, which is actually how real programming works in real environments. When you're actually doing stuff, you have to look it up. It's just like it's less dense on the content side, which is something that like I'm conscious of. I mean, I know sometimes people say the stream is too dense, but like I like having a really high amount of information to be able to present. Right. So what? Some Angular knowledge coming here. Zone's actual detection is so rough that Angular libraries turn off the automatic change detection. You see a component declare on change detect strategy on push, they match with manual CD. Yeah. So my understanding, and we might get clarification later, is like there's this Angular was based originally off this like dirty checking thing, where it isn't unlike, like if you think about it, a diff is a dirty check. So like a VDOM is a dirty check. But Angular was originally like way back not a component system. It was kind of a global thing. So this could kind of get kind of messy, because it'd be like, okay, now we know. So it was like the most, how React, we've talked about push and pull on the stream before and reactivity. And React likes to say how it's very pull. I feel like Angular might have been the most pull based system. Like they were kind of like, anything changed at a certain, it's almost like set intervaling it. It's not quite the same, but they basically go like, let's figure out like when's a good time after we change stuff, and then let's just do the dirty check and see what's changed. And this would get into a crazy mess of things. And then at a certain point, people are like, okay, well, let's push changes, RxJS kind of stuff and reactivity. But then you'd have to turn off the other change detection model. So then suddenly now you have like two, like a fully push system and a fully pull system. I've seen crazy talks. Like I didn't understand half of it, but like Michael Hatley, I think I got his name right, did a talk about like partial zoneless Angular. And I was just like, what? Okay. Like, because he's a performance guy on the Angular side. So like, I feel we'd have a lot to talk about, but like, it was kind of like, I was trying to like get my head around what was going on there. But it's interesting, as I said, to bring, what's really cool about Angular in this sense is change detection is part of the conversation. Like it's part of like how you authored it. It's not like the framework decided that for you. Sometimes that's complicated, right? It's kind of like, it's the same way I'm saying that's kind of cool in the same way that React doesn't handle global state for you. Like it's like, oh yeah, you could use kind of like a Redux style or a MobX style. You can kind of like swap it in. It's there's parallels there. But on the other hand, like a lot of times that's what people like love Svelte or something, because it's, or even Solid to a degree, because it's like, look, this is how things update. You do it that way, and you don't have this degree of like inconsistency. But it's really interesting in Angular's case because they're a framework that has patterns, much more opinionated patterns to my knowledge. So having this, both this flexibility plus a rigidity on patterns creates a very interesting combination. I can only imagine that there's just so many different patterns that come from the combinatorics of these and multiple types of best practices. Like I'm just speculating here, but like this is the output I'd expect of that kind of decision making, where like you'd have ranges of best practices. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, before we even got to Angular topic today, I was just like, we got a lot of cool ideas. So let's see if I can talk about a couple of them here while we're sitting here. Using Solid for general and non-UI related state management. We're going to talk about this in the future, because even though you can do that very easily, you can just literally import Solid.js and just use reactivity. If you go, it's funny. I'm terrible at pronouncing names, but see creator of JS bundle. If you all aren't aware, or is it bundle JS? Yeah, there's this great site where you, like, people know bundle phobia, but bundle phobia doesn't give you the real numbers. Unfortunately, I found out this site is actually giving the server values for Solid, but rather than the client values. So this is actually a little bit misleading, actually, unfortunately, at the moment. It wasn't always like that. But what I wanted to show about this is you can find a library, go add module, and then what this lovely app will do is it will let you say what things you want to export from it. Like, let's say I only use create signal and create effect. Like, let's pretend this. Then you can tell it to build, and it'll go, oh yeah, this is this size, 1 kilobyte, 750 bytes gzipped. Like, this is true tree shaking. Bundle phobia, you go use Solid, and it'll be like, yeah, it's 7 kilobytes. Real answer, Solid is much smaller than that. And this site is really great for that. But my point is that I'm actually going to be working on Solid's next reactivity to make this more clear, make it easier to package out the reactivity separately. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a topic that's big in a few months. Okay, compare create JD app with create T3 app and SvelteKit. Yeah, that's interesting. For those who haven't seen it, create JD app is actually create T3 app built on Solid Start, which is really cool. So it's got like Solid Auth, TRPC, Prisma. So you can get like the full React stack, that people build on Next, but in Solid Start. This is really cool. I haven't used it, and maybe this is why people want to see it on stream. But it's interesting to me because it sounds like a lot of your time isn't, maybe once you have these libraries, a lot of your time isn't so much writing state management. It's writing like code to connect the databases and the TRPC endpoints and doing all that stuff. So the swap from create T3 app to create JD app might not be as big as you think it is. I think it's interesting because the JSX, it's kind of the same anyway. So having this kind of experience might be like really interesting for people who want to like get instant wins over Next.js without much effort. I haven't looked at that, but I should look at it. I think that one is actually pretty accurate. Just built on top of solid start, yeah. But I think that's interesting to start seeing this kind of thing happen. And SvelteKit, a lot of people probably want me to talk about SvelteKit. Oh, this was an interesting one. CoffeeScript of TypeScript. Oh man, this kind of scares me too. I mean, I love CoffeeScript. I might be like scared because I'd like it. Oh man, no, I can't go back to CoffeeScript. It's like interesting. Like this is probably the worst part about CoffeeScript. Like people trying to do YAML type syntax with the white space matters. The best thing about CoffeeScript was that everything was an expression. That was the best thing about CoffeeScript. You would just like inline for loops, and it really really condense your logic. Yeah, I can't go here. Maybe if I had a guest to talk me through it, but I can't do here. Like literally the conversation about CoffeeScript just like goes on and on further down on this thread. Web animations. I know Rich has stated the past feels that application framework should include animation primitives. I mean, man, it's hard. It's hard. Like this is what it's kind of like the question I said about change management. I feel like animations and like CSS and in general are topics that people are really opinionated on, like really, really, like we can't get any agreement on it. So being able to choose one seems like incredibly hard. I think they're also hard to implement in user land, which is a really good argument for why Rich wants to bring it in-house. My happy place is libraries for this. I want to do the least possible with the framework. Even with the meta framework, I want to do as little as possible. I really am on that side of the philosophy. I am not a fan of frameworks generally, which is why I probably didn't touch Angular once I got to a certain point, which is going to be interesting today because while I can appreciate the motivation, I want to see the benefits. And I think that might be another reason why I have Redwood on in the future too, like to kind of understand, like by putting this all together and saying this is the way, is it just the reduction of the decision matrix that we're winning? Or is there some kind of cohesive, like more than the sum of its parts thing going on? Because if it's just the decision matrix you save, I mean, I'm sure that helps some people, but that's like ultimately not going to sway me. But if it's like somehow the combination, the sum of the parts, and because you always have these pieces together, you actually get something more powerful out of it, that's interesting. So yeah. What do we got here? Have I played with TRPC at all? No. I was going to wait till TRPC 10 came out, and then I watched Alex's talk. It's been tricky because by the time TRPC 10 came out and all this came up, I started thinking, Theo had a great chart where he drew a graph. I mean, I could probably try and dig it up if for people who haven't seen it. Actually, yeah, this would take me like 2 seconds to find probably. T3.pg, who's still live, but not live because of some bug. Okay. If I just keep on scrolling down on here on Theo, I think I'm going to find what I'm looking for. But honestly, I'm surprised if I probably should have bookmarked it. It's honestly one of the, like, if you want to show someone a graph and just have everyone in the room agree, this is the one. I literally have never seen anyone. Everyone thinks this is like a spicy take, but it's like it's more of like this was the graph that people were always waiting for. But am I actually going to find it? Theo tweets a lot apparently. Here we go. This one. Yeah, let's bookmark this one right now so we like never lose it again. Okay. This is a great graph. This is like the best graph, one of the best graphs I've ever seen. And because this is really relevant, that there is this zone where TRPC just kills it, because then you're like, okay, the GraphQL and REST, and like honestly, like when I was working on the GraphQL solution for eBay, I don't know if many of you are familiar. I built the first client side part of the GraphQL solution for eBay, because they've been looking into doing this. This makes a lot of sense. You got different teams, API consideration, and that's where this kind of fits in. And right, the back end isn't TypeScript. We've got a lot of Java at eBay. And there was a lot of things to figure out, especially with hydration and stuff. And that's why it took someone from the Marco team to kind of come figure it out, because we wanted to support streaming, with our client, and also not ship the GraphQL client where we didn't need to. So like it was a very complicated partial hydration problem. But my point is, yeah, place for this. Then you get to this TRPC zone, and it's amazing here. But the problem is, when you're in this zone, you're probably today using a meta framework. You're using Remix or Next or SolidStart or whatever. And as I said, if I was just building this stuff myself I think TRPC is really interesting. The problem is, once you get into that zone, you're going to find all the meta frameworks are working in this zone, whether it's server components or loaders and actions. So I've spent a whole bunch of time in this zone on this stream talking about solutions that occupy the exact same space as TRPC. And then you're kind of like, okay, well, TRPC is really good, I should use it. And then it just like, every time I get to that, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not the user right now because of the problems I'm solving. I'm not like working for a startup that is building a monolithic app right now, right? And I'm working in meta frameworks and looking at how they're solving the same problems. So I haven't done it like I've wanted to, but I think it's awesome that there's an integration there. And I think TRPC really does well in that space. I think some of our built-in meta framework mechanisms aren't there yet, but as a guy who's always forward facing, I'm spending my time investigating those a little bit more than I'm investigating TRPC, mostly because, although I should look at TRPC maybe for a bit more experience, influence, just like to understand even better some of the things you're doing. It hasn't really come down, because I find sometimes with frameworks we attack things from fundamentals again, and like like server components, where you're like re-asking or reframing the core question, rather than rather than like pulling a solution that already is there. Because again, it's kind of like that thing I was talking about, some of its parts, right? Like you're kind of tempted to like find ways that you can shortcut the division between stuff, just because you don't want to you don't want to like build up walls that are unnecessary. I hope that makes sense. Sorry, it just occurred to me that I actually have to send Minko the link for him to join on when it's time. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, there we go. Okay, how are we doing? Chat alive here. I should look and see. I went on a little one of my rants. How are we doing? All right. Redwood. The return of Rails, but for JavaScript. Yeah. I mean, I built a few Rails apps back in the day. It didn't feel too different for me than using like MVC4, like a .NET. Like it was like, I mean, I think MVC4 was actually inspired off Rails. I think we had a thing where we had ASP.NET web forms, which were terrible. Then Rails was significantly better. And then they were like, okay, Microsoft, how can we do this like Rails? And then they made it the MVC. But yeah, I mean, it's tricky. This move to server focus changes what's important. And I think that's something we always got to keep in mind. All right, how are we doing? Could Angular be lesser opinion than React and Next? I think that's an interesting question. I think the way that Next has been going, and the React has been going, it's arguable who wants to orchestrate more. Because here's the thing: I think Angular, it feels almost like the React's kind of going, okay, this is how we put all the pieces together, and they're like, here's the path, and they're getting to having opinions about things that classically they might have not had opinions about in the past. But at the same time, Angular might have had opinions in those areas, and now, but Angular has multiple opinions in those areas. So in a sense, having a bit more choice might actually make it feel less opinionated, if that makes any sense. So I think that's a great question. I don't know. Yeah, sure. I'll answer this one. I want to build my administrative app in Solid Start, but I'm worried about hiring people in the future because it would probably be much harder to find devs that can work in Solid versus React. But I don't think that learning Solid is very difficult at all if you already know React. I know you are probably a little biased, but what do you think about startups betting on Solid JS? Yeah. This is actually the reason I'm answering this is one of my hardest problems right now. People talk about ecosystem, and people like I think there's something I saw some tweet about like what's holding Solid back from getting traction, and I said it was like education. I feel like it's important I feel, and when I talk about education, I mean like in the broad sense, from training courses, boot camps, to everything, like getting new developers into it. I'm talking about better docs, I'm talking about guides, YouTube, the whole thing. um, because it isn't difficult to learn Solid, especially coming from React. I'd like to change the especially coming from React part, obviously, but because I believe that's true. But the problem, the thing that I'm seeing right now that's interesting is we're starting to get companies, startups betting on it. And I mean, actual real projects, like things that are significant, and they're going to hire. And it's like, where do they find that expertise? And I admit this is a lot better place than before, when people like, this is the other side of the thing. There's a bunch of people going, oh, I'm not going to learn Solid. There's no jobs in Solid. It's like, now that there's starting to be jobs, they're like, people are looking for you. If you need to be connected on that side, you know, like, come in the Discord. There are positions and people looking for Solid developers. It's just like, it's like this tricky back and forth, because it's all about momentum and movement, but it's like this catch-22 scenario, because like if people feel they can't hire for Solid, then they don't make the posts, which means people don't think they can learn Solid for their job. And you kind of see like the only way this just gets rolling is the ball gets rolling. And um, it's a tricky balance to thing. That's why this takes time, and it's a much slower growth rate wave because of this perception. Because React is very cemented, which was not true of the frameworks that were around in 2012, 2013, or whatever, when React came out. Because let's face it, people bet on React after like 6 or 8 months. Nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, Svelte has been around for 6 years. That's not long enough. Like, I think it's comical almost. Um, like, I understand it, but like, it actually has to start probably with the companies, um, where people actually find positions and they're like, yeah, we want to do this and this, and then that drives it. Individuals will keep on learning stuff as hobby projects regardless, but at a certain point, companies have to decide if this is the choice they want to make. And this is the challenge, though. It is harder to hire. I worked on a custom stack with Knockout, um, and not many Knockout devs out. And I did that for 8 years. And when we switched to React in 2019 with the rewrite, or I mean, this is a decision made back in 2018, to be fair. It was so easy to get bootcamp devs. Funnily enough, like in retrospect, 2 years later, talking to them, they're like, "Oh man, quality wasn't as good." I'm like, "Yeah, well, you hired boot camp devs, so like, you know what I mean? Like, and who was training them, right?" I think it's interesting because startup always actually hired more quote junior developers, so it's not like we changed the quality. It changed the way that like the expectations in terms of like output and training time, because we used to expect that it would take months to ramp up, and then suddenly once it was React, I'm pretty sure people who followed me assumed that they could just jump in. So this is a tricky question. I'm we're, People are starting to bet on it. There's been a few startups now, and there's more. Part of the reason why is in New York. This is gonna. I think each team will come along in time when it makes sense for them. I can't make this decision for you, unfortunately. there's a difficulty there. But as you said, was it that hard for you to learn Solid from React? Maybe not. Then like that's the cost you have to weigh into it. Will you get a better product out of it? That depends on what you need. Yeah, we probably should dig into this in depth pretty soon. It's funny because in a sense he took we were doing something that was sort of hybrid, that was kind of strangely unique, and Milo looked at it and he was like, why don't you just do it this way? Like, why are you doing all this extra stuff? And like, it just hadn't occurred to me. So he simplified a bunch of stuff, and I think that's the key part here. But it has a lot of repercussions. I feel like when the time is right, we'll really dig into this. But it's very interesting to see pull based. Um, it's still push pull, but it's like more pull based than we've ever been before, and I think this really is a game changer. Um, I think this is going to be the sweet spot for fine grained rendering frameworks. I feel like there's a couple things that were hard for us to do um, on the VDOM or React side um, because of how pull based they were. I feel like this is the final piece that bridges the gap, if that makes any sense. Like I had to do a lot of complicated stuff for concurrency, and I'm hope like it seems like this is going to be our path forward here. Rust versus Sig. Oh man, I don't. I can't say anything about it. Maybe we get Jared on here and he can talk to us through this. You use a root. Basically, I could see someone just packaging those two together, but we use create root with Solid with the effects because the extra logic we need around cleanup and like subscribing and managing the cleanup and stuff isn't needed in the core of the framework. So there's no point building it into every effect. Yeah. Talking about the edge compute, can it change things? It's more like they just want to do more with CDNs. I feel like someone actually asked this question, and I was thinking of covering it in This Week in JavaScript. Um, so I guess we'll have to see how that goes. But I think I agree. It's more like microservices versus monoliths is a better framing for it, because I think it's one of those. We're back at a point where we're like, give me some more simplicity. Stuff's too complicated because microservices are complicated, and essentially everyone building an app was like, screw it. Like I don't need to make an API server. For a while, that was the common knowledge because you're like, I have a mobile app and I have a web app. I don't know what's changed on that side because that still seems like a real thing. But essentially, I think the web right now is over. I don't know what the term is, but like there's a specific term for this, like over betting on simplification. Like this is a good sign though. This means we're at the point of a pivot or a change. Like you always take one step back before two steps forward. We're at the one step back right now. So um, I'm hoping this reveals new, better patterns over time. Yeah, see, this is a great question. I never worked with Solid.js, but I've seen it around. I still don't know what it solves other than blah 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 blah. Don't. What makes it stand out? And the thing is, what makes it stand out isn't like a feature that's going to jump out at you necessarily. Like I think this is the problem or the challenge here, right? And I don't want to sit here and talk performance all day because it's hard to sell performance. I don't think selling performance is actually a great thing to do. Like it's a side effect, but it's not like what you sell. So it's not what does it solve that others don't. It doesn't solve any new problems per se. It changes fundamentally. I mean, it changes fundamentally how it mechanically works in a way that lets us move towards new spaces to solve new types of problems that we haven't seen yet. It doesn't, I don't like, there's two types of things that new technologies tend to do, right? They either like make something that already exists better, or they enable a whole new way of doing things. I think the technology behind Solid does both, but without having the ability to invest and like get deep into the and how entrenched the ecosystem is, and basically the way that the ecosystem literally looks at the current state of things and says that's the standard. Like, you can come up with the craziest new technology that's great, groundbreaking, and everyone will ignore it unless React does it. Partial hydration comes to mind. Streaming comes to mind. These technologies have been around for years and years, and it like seeing how Marco was treated, and seeing like React point the arrow and something, even hooks, like pointing it back to fine grained reactivity. We had hooks like essentially years before React did, but it takes a big player to push. So pushing the new stuff is incredibly hard and usually pretty much fruitless. So people focus on Solid on how it just makes everything better currently, by being slightly architecture. But the problem with that is that's a focus on like small changes. Like that's a focus on like that's like, oh, it's an incremental 10% improvement. But that's not the benefit you get of going with Solid. It's the potential of removing the change model from the component model, changing the architecture in such a way that we can decouple these things that have been constraining us in many ways over the last few years, right? Both in scale, performance, but also just in the way we author and think about how we should, manage updates in our code. Reactivity is the secret behind almost all new development going on in the partial hydration space. Fine grade reactivity is like, it's the thing that's driving it. Solid's renderer happens to be the most furthest on the path on the rendering side, and that's why you're seeing benefits against like the way we currently do rendering. But if you look in other avenues, this technology can be applied and have big benefits there as well. Like that's the change that's happening, right? The world beyond components, as I was calling in my talks. This isn't, so it's not going to be like a single feature, because it's more of a change of the like underlying way we do things. I don't know. Hopefully that answer makes some sense. It's big enough to be influencing and changing the way lots of frameworks are changing what they're doing. How are we doing here? Right. I mean, we have a lot of wonderful tools for development, but a lot of lack cooking recipes for it. Yeah. This is why I was talking about education, but it's also just simply the fact that like velocity is more important. Ultimately, you're delivering a product. So even if I told you that Solid changes the fundamental building blocks underneath in a way that lets us build into the future, like who cares today, right? Yeah, no, that was awesome to see on Theo's stream. Primogen saying he used Solid.js in his day job. Primogen works at Netflix, so I don't know what that means yet, but I guess we'll find out. It starts small. Angular dev asking about stuff like, here's the thing, I don't know enough about Angular's ecosystem to be able to answer these kind of questions. I think SSR is an interesting area on Angular, and we'll be sure to ask Minko about it a little bit, because I don't really understand the SSR story. I've made a few comments in the past, when people have been critical of single page apps and SSR, and I found out that I was wrong, because I didn't take into account Angular. So this is a gap for me and something that we should ask Minko when he's here. All right, I'm just catching up. The chat is so much further ahead than I am. This is why Theo doesn't read chat anymore. He just like skims over it. Blah blah blah. Yeah, what am I? I'm 5 minutes behind. What do I think about using JavaScript for backend? That's a great one. Current trend of using SSR, it seems like it should be standard. However, it's really odd. Yeah. I mean, I get it. JavaScript is probably, like, I don't even have to say probably, it's not the best backend language. The problem is JavaScript is the best way to optimize for the client right now, especially with hydration and that whole stuff. And that makes things really hard. Like isomorphism without WASM, and WASM, as cool as it is, I think there's gaps there, especially for page load considerations and stuff. Like, I think it's progressing at a rapid rate. I think people who said don't use WASM because it's like can't be performant enough for the DOM, that's not what they should listen to. But I think it's still a big difference when you're like betting your like website on it. But in absence of WASM being able to do this, JavaScript is the only option. And I know that seems like weird to say, but it's like the performance difference you can make for the end user through the synchronization between the client and the server versus just improving the performance of the server is way more substantial. So like pull the stuff out of the JavaScript that doesn't belong there, put it in some kind of backend server, just use JavaScript on the web server. But seriously, for anything relating to displaying web pages, JavaScript full stack is the most optimal way to do it, even if JavaScript, the language, is not. Depends on who you are, I guess, and what you're doing, and you want to work in it. For me, I think it's an interest. I slept on Angular, and I've definitely missed out. There's a lot of really smart people who work in Angular, and this blind spot, like Mishko gave his first resumability talk, that led to Quick back in 2019, and at an NG-Conf. I feel like if I had seen that, or the Marco guys had seen that, things would have been different. It took us a whole other year to discover resumability on our own, independently. Like we hadn't seen Wiz, and we kind of just had to like look at what we'd done at eBay. And Michael Rawlings is kind of genius, and he landed on it, but that might have never happened. So like, I think that I think that for me at least, there's value, and I think for people who want to get to work, there's value. So there might be other value there as well. I just don't know about it, but yeah. See, sweet people using Solid at work. That's awesome. That makes me happy. Yeah, I think you need like a pretty advanced example to be able to show stuff side by side. I saw a talk when I was at Modern Front Ends, and the other Solid talk there, and I was sitting there with Chris from Create T3 app, and he was like, "Man, I love that presentation." He's like, "It felt like when you watch a comedian that's completely deadpan," because like he's like, "I was waiting for the punchline the whole talk," because he went and he built this Solid app, but he highlighted some of the benefits of Solid, but he didn't go too far. He's just like, "I'm just going to build an app, just use JSX and Solid and just do it," and everyone was like expecting to see some like big difference or thing, and the app just was so easy, so fast, just felt really natural the way it was written, that it was like, like, where's the punchline? And it was like, no, it just worked, and it was like there was nothing to it. It wasn't complicated. It was just like exactly the way it worked, the way you would think it would work. There was no weirdness around like hooks or memos or like there was none of that. You just wrote it. and it felt like React because of the JSX and stuff. And it was just so funny because like he's like, man, I love that. Like you didn't even have to sell me on it, just like walking through it. I'm like, man, that's a gamble. Like I don't feel like I could give that talk or presentation, but it definitely felt like kind of funny to see it from someone who's like very in the Next community, being one of the maintainers that Create T3 app. You're on Windows, aren't you? Yeah, sorry. There's some path resolution issues on Windows. Windows is tricky because none of the developers develop on Windows, and then it's like there's like you you don't convert a path in one place, and then the whole app breaks on Windows. So yeah, this is why Solid Start's still in beta. Windows. Sorry, like I'm actually half serious, but all right. Let me look over at Twitch. It's funny. I'm like catching up on stuff here. Oh wow, I got a bunch of gift subs on Twitch. Thank you so much, B Woody. This is why I usually follow the StreamYard chat so that I can like see YouTube and it at the same time. But I pop over to Twitch every once in a while to see what's going on. And thank you so much for those subs. This has been really cool. I need to figure out how to engage on the Twitch side of stuff a lot better, in the future. I'm sorry. Yeah. What do we got here? Yeah, sorry, it was clear. It's definitely a bug. There's a path issue on Windows with spaces. I'm sorry. What's the effect of streaming benchmarks? Yeah, no. We actually showed that Lighthouse doesn't benefit from streaming. Like they put like a fixed, like if something, they basically put the load time of everything up to a certain point, and then like if if you go over it, then it's more expensive. It's almost like putting a compressor or a limiter on audio. It's like that's how Lighthouse works. So it basically hides the expense on the server. So streaming never shows up, and in fact, it shows up as a negative because out of order streaming actually requires some like DOM operations to move them into place. So like it's kind of frustrating because when you go to like a web page speed or whatever, like the thing where they do the timelines, you can see streaming having a benefit. Like it definitely has a benefit, but like Lighthouse doesn't reward you for streaming at all. In fact, it punishes you. So it's actually really annoying. And it's why Ryan Florence for the longest time said, "Oh, streaming, I don't see the point." He's looking at Lighthouse, and Lighthouse, like as I said, I wrote an article on him, the Marco team, where we actually like showed and we looked at the docs and like it actually. I should try and find that. It basically showed that Lighthouse basically just it works in a way that streaming doesn't get any kind of benefit for the scoring, which is really unfortunate because you get a way better user experience. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing. I think RX is tricky. If you didn't see it, there was a great article about RX, and where was it? It was Mike Pearson. Where am I? Go to my profile. Last week, and I think it pretty much. I don't know. Yeah, Mike Pearson. Here we are. I I don't know too much about the Angular specifics here, but I definitely think reading it, everything he said made complete sense to me. So I mostly RX is really good at certain things, not as good at other things. So I'm interested to talk to the Angular guys when like signals get a little bit further along in progress, and I'm probably going to bring. I've been talking very closely with a few of the Angular team about signals. I'm going to bring one of them on in a month or two or whenever they're at a good place to share what they've been working on and have a really good discussion about that. Do you think classes? No, I don't. I mean, classes have their place, and they're actually beneficial in some places. like it's mostly just that like yeah, I mean it's a tricky one because like a lot of the times we prefer non-class based architectures, and that might be because classes are awkward, and also might be because it's not trendy to do OOP. Okay, all right, all right. So yeah, I think that I think it's interesting, but yeah, we're almost at time here for Minko to join the stream with us. So I'm just going to see if I can answer any last questions before we switch gears here. Desert creatures that are suspicious when things simple work on first try. Maybe that's why they're suspicious as felt as well. Yeah, when I developed on Windows, I developed on Windows actually until 2019. So it was all WSL. SvelteKit does not. Rich has talked about adding it in the future, but SvelteKit is mostly like remix and all that kind of stuff. So nothing too fancy there. But I never count Svelte and Rich out. um, they are masters at delivering developer experience. So it'll be interesting to see where they go here. I want to learn Angular the right way. So do I. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do here in a minute. Honestly, perspective. I think Angular has a very long history, and as I said earlier, has lived through all the changes and the opinions and the fashion, that's gone over the last few years, and it's still here. So, like, I think there's a lot of learning from people who have worked in the trenches, understand that evolution in a way that when you just jump on the new thing, you miss out on. It's a lot harder to not be that and actually figure out how to where that fits in your model and your world of things. I think it gives a much wider perspective, and I think that's why this is much more interesting. And I'm glad to hear the Angular docs are good. Okay. Anyway, let's switch this around. I enjoyed answering your questions. I didn't actually talk that much about the other stuff that we could have talked about on stream, like League of Legends. This was a popular option as well, but I'm unfortunately not too familiar with video games. And instead, let's switch this around. And give me 2 seconds here. I'm gonna throw this in. But we are going to get started on the main content of our stream today. So let me get that going, and let's welcome Minko onto the stream here. Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello, great. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I start my stream at noon on Friday, so I was able to just go through chat and answer a bunch of random questions. A lot of interest about Angular, which I admit I told them I did not know very much about, which is the point of the stream today. But definitely excited to have you here and learn all about that. For sure. How about you introduce yourself and tell us a bit about yourself and your involvement in the Angular project?
Sure. Yeah, currently, I guess I've been involved in the open source community for over 10 years now, doing different things on GitHub. Originally, they were mostly focused on Angular, around style guides, tools for static code analysis. And eventually, I joined Google. I was also doing work around static analysis in Go, trying to experiment with the predictive prefetching space. Now at Google, I am involved in both Angular and Wiz, primarily working on Angular and figuring out how we can enable innovation in both products. Uh,
Interesting. So I don't know if this is a new thing. I know Wiz has existed at Google for several years, but I didn't realize that there was a close connection between Angular and Wiz. Is this a newer thing, or
we're sibling teams.
okay, yeah, no. But for those who don't know about Wiz, it's an internal framework used by Google on stuff like Google Search and Google Photos. Would you like to add anything to that? Like what Wiz is?
Sure, yeah. I guess it's a framework that has been around for close to 10 years now, and it serves really well the performance use case. It is really well optimized for fast server-side rendering and timed interactive, let's
Yeah.
say, because it's like there are very different there are a lot of different terminologies used for what happens after server-side rendering. Internally, we use one thing, like Mishko is making popular with quick resumability, but that's pretty much the concept.
Right. Yeah. So this was the framework that influenced Michiko to go in the direction he did with Quick. But yeah, that's cool to see that the teams communicate and that they're like, as you said, sibling teams. That's pretty awesome to hear. But yeah, Angular, as mentioned to some of the people on chat, has been like the framework that's eluded me to this point largely. I've been doing web dev since I don't know, like uh, God, I can't. I was building band websites in 1997 when I was in music, but then like professionally, I guess I got my first web job in 2006 or something. Like that wasn't just like some contract website, and I was like very much in a .NET house. And then they introduced me to Knockout, so it's very lightweight, like updating ASP backend type stuff. And then like next thing I know, I was kind of like on this reactivity path, and I just never actually went to like React got popular, and I just never actually like everything was these like smaller libraries. I went like jQuery, Knockout, kind of React, but mostly still Knockout to Solid. I basically never went into like I did a few projects in Ember, but that was like I never did a proper framework, so to speak. I don't know if Angular is what we'd call a proper framework, but I just trying to yeah, maybe you can help me understand how like the library versus framework thing, like what makes Angular a framework.
Yeah, like I see how probably around 2012 our path crossed a little bit. I was building UI components with jQuery. Uh, that was my job. And
Right.
before that, at high school competitions, I just wanted to write everything myself. So I was not using jQuery. I was implementing back then XML HTTP requests using like different fallbacks and so on and so forth. And after that, I took the AngularJS path,
Right.
and you took the Knockout path, and from there React. I had a brief switch to React when I was working on my startup, but I still kept contributing to Angular in my spare time, AngularJS and Angular afterwards.
Right. So were you around for the Angular JS to Angular migration, or was that around when you got into it, or just out of curiosity?
I was actually working with React back then, working on my startup, and
Right.
in the meantime, I was working on a book for Angular, which was my technical reviewer. That was actually kind of like a dream come true back then. That was back in 2014, 2015, and clearly Angular, there was no documentation at that point. So that's how I'm involved in contributing to the framework as well. Just reading the source code, finding to-do comments, adding like I don't know, flattening to some provider arrays in the dependency injection or whatever I found potentially helpful, and kept contributing
Yeah.
a bunch of tools, and that's how I ended up in 2018 joining the team.
Okay, so it's 2018 when you joined the actual team at Google
Yeah,
on Angular. Got you. Okay, so it's been 4 years now, I guess roughly.
yeah,
Interesting because my understanding, because maybe it's just because you're the one who reached out to me when I like came and spoke with for the folks on the Angular team at Google. What do you do on the team these days?
yeah. I joined Region. So in my spare time I was writing open source. I was blogging a lot and speaking at conferences. It was a lot of fun, and I
Yeah.
wanted to continue doing that when I joined Google. So I joined in developer relations first, and like leading developer relations. And now I've been interested in getting a little bit like more like holistic view over what Angular is and the direction we should be heading to. So I'm doing mostly product work, just just product roadmap, talking to people, seeing what they need, and figuring out how we can work together with the rest of the team to solve these problems.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's interesting because like people don't realize this all the time that like frameworks are products still. Like they are like even if they're like dev tools, right? Like they're in a space where the end user isn't actually the ultimate customer, but they're other developers. So there's a real product there, prioritization, real matter of like going out there doing user research, which is developer research, I guess, in a sense. Yeah, that's interesting. Like to actually have resources to do that. Sorry, it's from my perspective.
Yeah.
We a bunch of volunteers, but to actually like have it formalized like that, and that's because Angular is it's a machine. Like how just roughly for people, how many people work on like the Angular team at Google, just to kind of get an idea.
Yeah, about 25 people.
25. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's smaller than the Flutter team.
Oh,
But
yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. That was just like, whenever I talk to someone around Angular at Google, they make some kind of comment about Flutter or Dart, and it's all good.
Yeah. Yeah. Flutter is targeting a lot of platforms and kind of like a different paradigm for application development. Their web is mostly a medium for you to get your application rather than using the web platform to develop it. If this makes sense, it's more of a medium to get the executable.
Right, right, yeah, no, I did try and play with it a bit because I would like benchmark it for the web, and then I realized like it was just its own complete world. Like I couldn't even figure out how to make it generate the same HTML that I would want to benchmark against, and
Yeah,
I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna leave
it
this one
just renders
alone.
countless. Yeah,
So yeah, because I think the right way to do it for web is Canvas, and I was trying to see what the Flutter
I
like
see.
non-Canvas one is, and then basically everything that I saw was like just don't do that. Just Flutter is an app rendering engine like thing.
Exactly.
You like view it like it's like a Canvas thing. So I moved on. It's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to go into Flutter. It was just in terms of I always hear like the off comment, and I was just like it was just kind of funny. But okay, so about 25 people. That's cool. And then I guess the Wiz team's got another couple handfuls or people too working on it too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty similar teams.
yeah, yeah. So no, that's cool. Okay, that gives me the kind of perspective of like with the core Angular, because like I know there's a Angular's huge like network of things. One of the things I just want to mention to you, because I was at NGConf in Poland, because there's a
Yeah,
JS Conf, and I was talking there. I was incredibly impressed by the GDE and the GDE program. I'd only really gone to React conferences, and I know there's like GDEs that come and talk at those, but the difference in atmosphere and positive vibe that came from that whole program, and how speakers and everyone approaches what they do. I don't know. It was amazing. I think that's a real success for Google, and in so because a lot of the GDEs are actually Angular experts as well, like a huge win for Angular and its community. Because there's some comments here where people are joking in the chat about Angular being dead or this or that. I'm like, you go to an Angular conference, obviously, and the fans there, but I think the vibe is more pro Angular than when you go to a React conference, and if the React devs at a React conference. I think Angular has built a community that is very like I think the GD program is a huge part of that. I think the advocates and the system there is amazing. I don't know. I just that was my comment because I came into both ecosystems a bit from the outside, and I was blown away by the community when I was at the conference.
yeah, yeah. I see some comments. Actually, we did a pretty bad job with branding. I see a lot of comments about Angular being dead, and I don't blame people. It's confusing. Like we had Angular.js,
Yeah.
which was the framework that I originally started working with back in 2011 or 2012. And at a certain point, the team saw that Angular.js doesn't scale too well in terms of performance or like application size, and developed Angular. And the difference between Angular.js and Angular naming wise is just like the JS suffix. And the difference in the logo is just that Angular doesn't have a border around. And that's not a very obvious difference branding wise. So when we discontinued Angular.js, people got confused that we actually discontinued Angular. And
Right.
this is still an ongoing issue that we're trying to somehow resolve. Um, yeah, in fact, Angular is more this newer framework compared to React. Looking at release dates, like we released in 2016.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure, and that was a big jump. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier about the Angular JS to Angular jump, but I can understand why the decisions are made at that point that way, because the thing is like you want to like it wasn't even Angular like when it came out. after AngularJS. It started from version 2.0, right? Like it
Yeah,
was the idea that this was a continuation
yeah,
and that the migration path was a happy one. And when I talk to Michiko sometimes, he's still very, very proud of that migration path to a certain degree. And I know that I don't know how maybe that worked. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know. There was a different perception, I guess, in a lot of parts of the outer community, and the timing was awkward because it was also the time, like it was like the perfect timing for when React also just happened to just show up at like the worst possible time. Just being like, hey, if you're gonna change all this stuff, maybe change all this stuff over here. But yeah, I think that you're right. There's a lot of confusion. And I remember when the AngularJS, like there was an official announcement that it was like end of life or something, or reaching there around 2019 or something, and people were very, very confused,
yeah,
even years later.
yeah.
Um,
We had even confusion at Google, and I mean, we're a company building technology, so so we're trying to work on this, trying to improve the perception.
yeah, yeah, no. So yeah, it's all good. I as I said, the topic is an interesting one, but what I really wanted to push out there was that um, the GDE program and what it's enabled people to do, and speakers from all over the world to come together as a community, is an amazing thing, and it's uh, yeah, I think it's a big part of just the backbone of like the people and the Angular community in general. I think Google and GDE program has done amazing stuff.
I would encourage you. Yeah, I would love to. Like, if you want to visit the NGConf next year, I'm sure that there might be some topic that would be relevant for you and for the Angular community. I would love to just have you join us there. It has been really sweet event. Like I spoke at this event for the first time, I think, in 2015.
Yeah,
And I'm originally not from the US. I'm from Bulgaria. I
right.
didn't know anyone. I've just seen some friends like on GitHub. That's how I was making friends mostly. And I went to this event, and like everyone was really sweet and welcome. I kind of made more friends that I managed to make in Bulgaria for like, let's say, 2 years. I made them for like 2 days at NGConf. Um, I There is something around the community that a lot of people just did right. That's way before I joined. Igor was doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
Jeff has always been like an important part of it, and the whole NGConf organizer team, they just set a really good tone on how people should be acting at this event, being like friendly and inclusive. This, yeah, really, that's one of my favorite things. That's why I've been doing Angular for over 10 years now.
yeah, no, that's awesome, and you do really see it. I mean, it is interesting because yeah, I was in NGComp Poland, but yeah, there's a lot of Eastern European people of note in the Angular team, and both now and historically, right? So I guess there's a bit of that because yeah, I hung out with Michiko like the whole time there. We were doing solid and quick talks and stuff, and he just kept on trying to explain to me the nuance between the language differences and stuff between Slovak and Polish and Czech, and I just started to realize like how much of the you said Bulgaria, like how much of the like the Eastern European crew for Angular, is a real thing.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, lots of fun. Anyways, sorry, I did good on reminiscing on that. But we probably should kind of turn this over a little bit, and I just want to. I just want to like do a little bit of a get started, which probably, as I mentioned, is oversimplification of stuff compared to some of the cool topics we can talk about as well. But I think for a lot of people on my stream, a lot of React devs, some people are familiar with Solid, maybe they've done some Vue. Angular for a lot of us has actually been a bit of an enigma. There are a lot of Angular devs here. There's a higher proportion. I can see them all come out in the chat compared to a lot of my normal streams. But like, I think it'd be interesting just to kind of look at this very beginner focused thing, because like, as I said, the first thing you notice probably with Angular coming in is it's not React. And I think this is always interesting when you see frameworks because how should I put it? Like if they came up at the same, like you could tell when frameworks have been inspired by React, even if they came out after React. And Angular has a history that precedes React. So even if there was some influence with the Angular from AngularJS, like or like or sorry, even if there's influence of Angular from React, AngularJS is like more of the direct path to it. So it means that a lot of conventions and small things that are different but are actually kind of the same, like without realizing it.
Mhm.
Sometimes the language is different, their own terminology. So having that translation layer here could help me a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pop my screen open here, and I think I got to the right website. It was funny. Earlier, I searched Angular, and see, I have this, again, you talked about marketing. I have this terrible tendency. If you look for solid, you can imagine you're not going to find like anything relevant to my framework. And this is true for a lot of stuff. So I have this tendency that I just do this, right? I go, okay, there I can find it. Because like if I'm looking for, I could pick something else, remix. Okay, well in this one this actually worked. But usually, like in the past I've done the search. Usually I have to tag JS on the end of everything that I
Yeah.
did. So you can imagine what website I ended up when I looked up Angular JS.
Yeah.
But I am now in the right website, I believe. No, don't click.
I was looking at the, yeah, I guess also search might be able to kind of know that you're looking for JS things and kind of providing context aware results,
Yeah,
hopefully.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
the right website.
it's
Yeah.
improved over time, especially as like Remix was well known. I know when I first looked up Remix, it was definitely not the first results. Um, but yeah, okay. So deliver web apps with confidence, triangular. Okay, this is okay. I'm just okay. Okay, so we got some stack blitz action happening right off the bat here. I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Well, we can,
blow this up again. Maybe I should pop this out in like a different window to kind of understand this. Let's do this. Okay, cool. So welcome to Angular. You see this fine, everyone in chat? You see fine, Minko?
yeah, I see it well.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to blow stuff up a little bit so we can make sure. I think that this actually has a text preference thing too. Someone told me one time. Um, Workspace settings, because it's like VS Code in here. I could like text. No, okay, fine. I'm sure someone from chat will correct me very quickly here. Okay, doesn't matter. First question in chat: what is Zone.js?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Let's leave that for like 2 seconds before we get into Zone.js. I just want to like, I'm a React dev. Oh, although actually no, I guess I don't get to leave it for 2 seconds. It's literally the first line imported at the top of the file.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in 2 seconds though. I'm going. Okay, component from Angular makes sense. This is a directive I'm gathering. So this is a decorator. Sorry, this is a decorator that decorates a class. Okay, and then we have a Bootstrap application, which is our program entry point. I
Yep.
think I'm doing okay so far. So,
And I guess something that is slightly different here is the like equivalent of the render function. It
yeah.
doesn't accept a parent element. It instead uses the selector of the Bootstrap component.
Okay, so there's always a single entry component, and then this is like a jQuery. Like this is like there's a div somewhere.
Selector, yeah.
Add. Oh, it's actually an element. Interesting, but it could be any selector, right? I could do like div and like put an ID on it, and this would still
Yeah,
work.
there are some constraints. We're doing the selector matching at build time, so there are some constraints. Like we're not going too crazy, but we support like basic selectors. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So interesting, yeah. Because the first thing I saw here, I was like, oh no, web components are coming to get us. But no, this is just this is like just an unknown element or whatever, from the DOM perspective. All right, and then so I see. So yeah, no mount point. It's just this is the selector standalone. I heard about this. This is like a new like Angular 15 thing. These standalone components. Is this a good place to start with standalone components? Like, is this the future moving forward? Okay, cool. So I probably won't have to learn about a whole bunch of stuff that already exists that I don't need to worry about. Okay. Yeah, I might ask you about that in a minute. And then template, this is fine. We have a tag literal that's giving us some HTML string with some syntax that's specific. I recognize double curly braces as being like a insert, like being like a interpolation point. I've seen that in several frameworks. This must be a shorthand for events.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm following there. That makes sense. I do have a question though. I just because I this is actually fairly different from my world here.
Yeah,
I understand that this counter is doing count plus one, um, and then we have a working counter. Where is the event object? I'm just because I'm so accustomed to these being functions.
yeah,
Is it if I wanted to access the event object, is there a way of doing that? Like,
yeah. The event object is dollar $event.
gotcha. Okay, so yeah, this okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think back because like knockout was like this too. There's like a few special arguments or properties that live within the binding scopes. Okay,
Yeah, and so this here is not necessarily an expression that returns the function. The function is this is kind of a statement, I guess.
right,
The event handler here is a statement, and it could be a function to which you can pass dollar $event, or it could be just this like side effect statement here.
right. You can always hoist it out. I was just kind of interested, like if like there isn't a syntax like this, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It's kind of implicit, I guess.
right, exactly. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so, but we could. I mean, can I just do this for fun to see? Can I do something like just go
Yeah,
increment and then like do what this dot count? I'm just guessing here. Is this
yeah, exactly.
equals this dot count plus one, and then if I wanted to use this, could I replace this with something like increment?
It needs to be a function call. Currently,
Oh, right, because it's not a function, right? It's an
yeah,
expression. Yeah,
yeah,
awesome. Okay, right, and then what you're saying is we can also forward the event through like this, and
yeah.
then TypeScript is complaining at me properly, and then I mean I don't really console.log event, but I don't know. Whatever. Let's console log the event. Pointer event. Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's kind of magical. Actually, I would say that's like a pretty simple like developer experience to get started with because you don't have to explicitly set the state anywhere. It just works,
right.
but it comes with its trade-offs.
Yeah,
So
which
yeah,
this is why I started here because I think from a syntax standpoint, this makes sense to everyone. I'm hoping. We'll see how chat's doing on this so far, but essentially, we have a class, um, and the class kind of tells the shape of our state and our methods and things we can do with it, and then we decorate it with component that says, hey, this is a component. It mounts here. In this case, a standalone, and this is its template. This is its render function. If you're thinking old school React, like this is the render function. What's interesting is, yeah, this is just like straight up mutation. Like people are like the first thing people are going to go is like, is this reactive? Like you know what I mean? Because like at least for my audience, they're like, oh, they must be using a proxy and detecting change in that. And I'm gathering the answer to that is no.
yeah, we're not using proxies at all. I mean, very much also depends on the definition of reactive. I guess that's something
Right.
I got like in a conversation with like Mishko on Twitter like recently, because just kind of propagation of changes. That's what to me reactive means, and how you're going to do that. It just it's kind of matter of like syntax, and it has some semantical difference. So it has some trade-offs. This is completely this is I would say it's reactive.
Yes.
Um, and yeah, the way it works. I mean, I don't know also how much time we have. We can go in depth, but want to also and also I don't know how much in depth we need to go here.
Yeah, I mean, we can go a little bit more. My stream is generally pretty advanced. This is
Okay.
they might not know Angular, but we do fairly advanced topics. I think we need to take this at least another level or so
Yeah.
deeper here. Because okay, so yes, in terms of the term reactive, yes, I agree. Generally, this is why I actually differentiate. Often when I'm talking like about the solid or views type of reactivity, I like, oh, this is fine grained reactivity, or like I try and give it a specific title. And I wrote a whole article about how, you know, if someone tells you React isn't reactive, like it really doesn't matter. Like I actually wrote that article
Yeah,
because people were like really differentiating. I'm like, I hate to tell you guys, but in a lot of ways, Svelte and React are really really similar.
yeah,
Um, and that's something like my this chat, this stream, people generally are actually familiar with that fact. So we've gotten that low. So can you and maybe I'll pull out my Excalibur so I can try and draw or talk about it as we talk, just so that I can like visualize it. But can you? I'm gathering this is. Are we going to talk about zone? Like is it
yeah, exactly.
like how is it possible that without a proxy or without any of this, we know that when you update this count, like okay, like do I believe you? Like just a second, console log this. Like let's just like what are we dealing with here? I want to see what this is. What is this? Yeah. This is just a class. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to. You could tell when something's a proxy; it looks completely
Yeah,
different.
yeah, that's something that I'm really happy with, that it's not a proxy, because it just acts the way that you would expect it to act. It's just like a property of type number, and that's it.
Right, like if for people who don't know, like look, I'm just going to do like a new. It's TypeScript, right? Let's if I make a proxy here and I console log it, no, it's not showing me. Maybe here.
Yeah,
Okay, you see where this is what it usually looks like. You see like target, prototype, handler. This is a handler object. Like this, the proxy. There's a bit of indirection. If I go back to console logging this, then I press this button, it's still just that class. So yeah, important note. Okay, done with my side wind. Let's talk a bit about what's actually happening here.
yeah. So Zone.js, let's see. So ideally, what we'd like to do is, after what Angular generally does is, after anything that can happen in the browser that might have mutated the state in your application, we run change detection. And change detection is traversal of the component tree, and we check whether any of the binding has changed. And if any of the binding has changed in any of the components, we just update the corresponding, like the associated view part of the view.
Okay. So when you say when anything in the browser could change, examples of that would be any event, like browser event. What other is there other types of things, or is it
Yeah,
mostly just
I mean, any callback, or if a promise. I mean, yeah, this includes promise.
okay? So like set interval,
Yeah.
like uh
Something you can do is, you can have like in your, you can delete this, or you can keep it actually, and you can create like just add the controller, add the constructor. In the constructor, you can add set interval. Not that it's like a good idea to do that in production code, but just as an experiment.
okay, I'm in. Okay, I have a constructor, and I can do set interval,
Yeah.
and I can go. Uh, let's just do this. Let's just make our counter go every second on its own. Right. This is. Yeah, and this will close over the right this. Okay, that's right. Yeah, there we go. We have our self-incrementing counter.
Yeah. So we are assuming that you can update the state in any of your components that you have bound to, like pretty much anywhere.
How?
And
Sorry. Okay.
yeah,
Sorry. Not like
yeah,
like,
yeah. That's the trick here.
yeah, yeah, because I mean I know enough JavaScript to be like, what's going on here? Okay, sweet. Okay, so it is patched.
Yeah,
Okay. See, this
yeah,
is not the patch delegate. Blah blah. Blah. Okay, so because I'm like, I didn't do anything. I didn't import anything. I didn't patch it, but you patched it.
yeah, yeah. So we can, by patching all the synchronous APIs, kind of Angular can, not Angular, but Zone.js. That's the power of Zone.js. It can plug into the browser's event loop and invoke change detection when it makes sense. And we have decided to invoke change detection when the microtask queue is empty. So every time when the microtask queue is empty, we run change detection over the entire component tree.
Man, who came up with this crazy thing? That's insanely, like, you think like that's an ambitious project to. I know Zone's been around for years and years and years. That feels like something very ambitious. Was Zone always there right from like Angular JS original like days? Like, is this how
in
people?
in original days, you had to call change detection sometimes manually, and I guess the team, when they were designing Angular, they did not want to do that, so they decided to
Okay.
put into the events into the browser's event loop.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier before you joined the stream that Angular is very pull based in a sense. The original version was literally like almost like pull for changes. Like,
Yeah, this is
oh,
very similar. Just the trigger of the change detection is different. Not always different, but like
right.
ideally, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, but I mean that this is more ideal in the sense that like you know something's changed, so you should always be able to queue it, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the idea here. And oh man, that's interesting stuff. So okay, so patching all the timers, all the event listeners, all that kind of stuff somehow in this
Yeah.
magic zone.js file. And then anytime that happens, let the queue run itself out because and then go, hey, has wait, okay, wait. There must be like a really quick check to know like if anything has changed, like if you should dirty check it all. Because like if like what if I didn't update the account and set interval? Like,
It's still gonna check. Yeah.
okay, okay, but like, is it gonna check the whole component tree?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, all right,
Yeah. And so we have the microtask queue. Like, so we invoke one microtask. After that, we go to the microtask queue. We have like the queue of microtasks. We invoke all of them, and at the end of this, we plug a call to the Angular change detection where we traverse the whole component tree, and for every single template, we check which binding has changed, and we update the corresponding part of the view. That's pretty much on a high level. And
right,
this, to an extent, I mean, we can compare it a little bit to React, because it's by default it's global. Like, you have the whole you have the whole like componentry that you need to deal with. There are ways to trim that, to like prune that tree in ways. Like, you can make assumptions that in this part of the component tree nothing has changed because this component depends only on its inputs, so we can completely forget about it. So
right.
yeah.
So there, like, it starts. It does, okay, okay. Let me think here. Right. So, okay. I have a couple questions there. Okay. First question, you say the bindings. So the thing that it walks over is actually, I mean, I don't like these things.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
okay. So because it's like it knows that the HTML is already there, so like it doesn't have to like do anything with the like the button itself. Like, there's no virtual DOM thing. It's like we've already constructed the object, we've constructed the bindings. So essentially, we have the DOM,
Yeah.
we have, I guess, another tree of bindings of DOM to state connections,
Yeah.
and then those ones all are guarded by some kind of simple equality check. I'm gathering in JavaScript. You probably don't want to read from the DOM. I'm gathering like you have like a data structure that sits
Yeah.
in JavaScript memory, and then when a change happens, the default behavior is I'm going to go to the top of the tree and I'm going to go through and go, okay, have you changed? No. Changed, yes, update, and
Yeah.
then finish it. And then what you're saying, okay, the first level optimization here is you're like, okay, you get down there and you go there and you get to a component and you're like, oh, hey, component, have any of your props changed? Nope. Okay, then don't worry about it. I guess and then we can stop the propagation. But I guess my question is, okay, I think I got it now. It's because this count is tied. It is owned by the component. So
Yeah.
if even if the props don't change and that propagation stops top down, something lower down could also have a state update, and it can just start propagating from that wherever that class is where that state update is.
Yeah.
So okay, so you don't have to. Okay, if I'm just trying to get my head in this, but if you have like a component tree, like, and then my counter is like in a leaf node down here. Like I moved my this button down somewhere low, and
Yeah,
then I press the button there. I don't have to run the whole tree because it basically starts from the class that owns the account, right?
kind of. But at certain points, since you can have a bind, like you can depend on some global object, and let's say in the top level component you have bound to a property of this, you have created a binding to a property of this global object. The leaf component can still update this property, and then
Mm.
in order to reflect this change, we'll have to perform global change detection.
Right. I was just trying to like think of like yeah. So if you have some kind of global state and the
Oh,
change
yeah, I see your.
updates,
Yeah,
it was more just okay.
yeah. At certain point, yeah, you can make assumptions in your application if you have like a, you kind of like you say, okay, like I have really good understanding of where I'm mutating the state, so I can hint Angular to not check this part of the component tree because it's not going to cause such like global state update. I'm not going to update the state of this part of component tree unless like I pass new inputs, new property, or
Okay, so there's some kind of annotation, maybe
yeah, exactly.
similarly, right? And for React developers, think React.memo. I think I'm making a parallel here. Like with React.memo, you can say, hey, don't rerun some of these components because if this condition isn't met, and so you can kind of annotate it if I'm understanding it.
That's my understanding as well for React. In the past, it was like when React had the object and class-based component. They still have them, but like it's going to be did components update, I think.
Should component update? Yeah, I'm getting it from the chat here.
Yeah,
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah,
yeah, very similar to, and something you already like started touching on was how the update happens. So Angular has been having a compiler since early days,
yeah.
and this template, like at compile time, we're going to generate some code, like some instructions on how we're going to render the view and detect for changes. So we generate two blocks. One of them is for rendering the template, and the other one is just for figuring out what changed in the bindings and updating the view.
Okay, cool. So, is there any way to see the compiled output from this? Like,
In
if I,
Stackless, yeah, probably
yeah,
there is somewhere.
I'm just curious. Let me see if I can. I know it might not be terribly valuable for everyone, but yeah. And actually, sorry, just a second. Apparently, I missed a whole bunch of gift subs from Angular is the best on Twitch. So we just got I don't know, was it 10 gift subs from Angular is the best. Thank you so much for 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 subbing to the channel. Um, yeah, so very awesome. All right. But yeah, let me get back to where I was, what I was looking at here, which is seeing if I could. I'm just curious because this is such a simple component. I feel like if we wanted to find the source code for just a moment, we could. And I realize that everyone's like, wait, this is a beginner Angular comment, Angular content, but this is what beginner Angular content looks for me. Um,
Yeah,
so
with
I,
maybe.
this is the difference. Once this was the turning point. Once Minko agreed to join on, I was like, okay, man, this game on. The tricky part is actually figuring out. Okay, this one's called GitHub HC something, and that might not make it easier. Usually, I can find this stuff pretty easily, but it's not the. Sometimes it's in the node domain. Preview flame. Here it is. I
Oh,
think.
okay.
Yeah, here we are. And then here, dev turbo. Here's our source code.
Oh yeah, here it is. That's it.
Perfect. Awesome. Sorry, and just because I like throwing around terms I know nothing about, is this like Angular Ivy? Is that what this is all about? Like the new?
That's the IDE rendering engine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
be happy to talk about that too. It was a lot of fun to.
Right. So our class is still here. Our class has not been touched. Look at this. Look. See, add component constructor. Angular has not. I mean, they moved obviously the top level thing into the constructor like they're supposed to, but our class is naked here. It's not been changed. That's cool. Then it gets exported as a named export. We have some special properties here. Add one button. So this is probably doing some kind of setup. Define component. Yeah. Okay. So this is where our decorator gets compiled to, which basically takes in our class and tells us all the stuff we need to do so that it generates this. Oh yeah, I heard about this from Mishko, that you use these funny symbols so no one else does it, and it was causing problems on older devices and stuff. Or like in some places it was like two characters instead of one character, and like some crazy story about this.
We had one of the team members of like Chakra, the Edge, I guess, virtual machine,
Yeah,
virtual machine. So he was familiar with, like very much familiar with how the lexers work, the JavaScript lexers work, and which characters are valid and not. So that's it.
yeah. So okay, so then we got here, and then okay, this is interesting. So this generates our template, and I like this. So our template's a render function, and element start, element end. Oh, this reminds me of what was that? Incremental DOM had this same kind
Yeah,
of.
exactly. It's a similar idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, yeah. So just out of curiosity, what like there's no virtual DOM in Angular, right? Like,
No.
or
Yeah.
is, so this, but what is this generating these commands? Is this like, because this looks virtual DOM esque, like having like these like constructors and stuff. Because like is like, does element n just output a div or what, or our
Yeah.
button in this case? Okay. Um, but it's still built piecewise from the template. Okay. And then text interpolate. There's spaces on both sides, and then we have the count and put the space in, and then okay, blah blah blah. Some extra information I don't really care about, and then telling it this, and then the original. Yeah, so here's the original thing. Okay, cool.
Yeah. That's in default. Yeah.
But yeah, what was interesting for me was that the class was basically untouched. It gets decorated here for something with what Angular needs, and then the template gets converted into a series of instructions, essentially, and how to create the DOM elements. But text interpolate, this helper must be is if our okay. Here's an interesting one for me. Just okay. This is why I wanted to look here. Um, Can I format this like a little bit better? Oh yeah. There we go. Much better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So check this out. This is what I thought. I was missing this. If our there's a bit flag here for 1 and 2, and essentially, if create run this, if update run this, right? Like, am I more or less right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Exactly. That's a block.
yeah. So essentially, they're using bit flags to mode it, and this is what Minko was talking about, where it splits the kind of template code in half. So you can have like the creation stuff, and actually this piece is similar to actually how Svelte works. Svelte actually splits the functions into like a few. They have a class with a few life cycles in it, and then you can create your DOM elements once, and then afterwards it's literally like, okay, let's do here. I don't know what this advanced thing is, but essentially this is what the text should be.
Yeah, we have something like a cursor, and in interpolate, you check whether there are changes or not, and depending on whether there are changes or not, you like output.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing I'm missing here. I don't actually see the equality check or the like
Yeah.
the dirty.
Interpolation instruction. I can send you a link to the instruction. It's
I believe you. I think that's okay. Essentially, inside the helper function, we do actually the dirty checking. Okay. Yeah. Or I don't know if I should use the term dirty checking. People don't like that term anymore because of Angular 1 time period or Angular JS 1. But yes, the diffing, the shallow diffing happens right here, and then we split the create from the update. Sorry, this is great for me because I've always been curious, but I didn't actually know this is like 100% how it works. Okay. Does everyone in chat understand that? Does this make sense to you? Basically, they take the template and split the create from the update, and then they have special helpers to both create elements and handle stuff like updating, right? Because like initially they can just go like set the text to add one for the button. So these numbers seem to be some kind of reference. So like I'm gathering you have button 1 and then this child text node, and then add 1, and then that element ends, and then for the next text node is 2, we can set the text for it, and then down here we have actually maybe this creates a text node. Yeah, never mind. This is probably create text node. Now that I see it, it's actually, yeah, this is create text node with this text. Here we create an empty text node, but it's fine because on initial run, we know we actually have to run the create and the update logic, I'm gathering. And
Yeah.
then it goes and it actually sets that text on the first run. Okay. Got it, Jess. So this is actually the first run. We actually can run both of these. And actually, I mean, I could source maps. I don't feel like messing with source. Okay, never mind. Okay, I don't need to.
Oh, you shouldn't be able also to get. We ship something with Chrome in version 15 that will probably not allow you to go to source maps, or maybe in StackBlitz as well. But
Yeah,
like we are, yeah, pretty much like ignore listing stuff that is coming from Node modules, so that you don't dig into Zone.js and Angular runtime.
yeah. Cool. Okay. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me. So we create some elements. Some have default text. Some are interpolated. And then afterwards, we can just take the shortcut path and do that. Okay, that gives me a basic enough knowledge. I think it's always interesting when it gets like more complicated, like when you suddenly have child components, because there's like a split, but I'm imagining that the split is very similar to what Svelte or this is where I guess Svelte and Angular have in common. People don't talk about too much is the fact that like without a virtual DOM, this is generally how you do it. You split the updates from the creates, and then when it comes to components, you got to go like, okay, new starting line, like now it has its creates and its updates, and then kind of tie the tree through, because it's kind of interesting because sometimes an update can cause a new create for a component or that. All right, where do I want to go next here?
Something with child components. Yeah, something interesting with the selectors. We also do the selector matching at build time. So when we're doing this compilation process, we figure out which components we need to render on particular places, and we just insert component creation calls in a similar way.
Oh, okay. Now, this, yeah, this is a great question for me as a reactive, because like I can understand what a selector is from a top level perspective. Like I go, okay, my app starts here. You telling me that nested components have selectors too? Like what does that, what is that, or how does that work?
That's something that I've been thinking a lot about recently, actually, and we have been talking with like other people on the team as well about selectors, because that's actually a really interesting topic. So how are we using components within our view and front-end frameworks? And I see two main approaches. One of them is like kind of selector-based approach. The other one is more of a JSX-based approach, and I prefer to not call it JSX-based approach because Svelte uses the same approach, but
Yeah.
it's using JSX. I kind of call it like JavaScript.
Right.
Like we're using the JavaScript scope, and in the selector-based approach, we're kind of creating a dynamic scope with what components are available within the scope of the template.
So okay, before we go there, just 2 seconds here, because the part that I'm missing, and I think the audience might be missing, and maybe it's in here, or maybe we can do it. Actually, no, we can. Let's do it ourselves. Can you help me? I think for us to get to the next stage, we have to make like one more component and just
Yeah.
see what the authoring experience is of adding our first like not top level component is here. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. I could make a folder for clones, but I'm not gonna bother with that.
You can use the same file. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
It's not going to be pretty, but
Okay, yeah. So I could just also just use the same file. Okay, so I'm just gonna put something up here. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna need. Do I need to export it, or does it matter if I'm only using it here?
it's okay. Yeah, you don't have to.
Class, and I'm gonna be like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this one. Let's see. We have an counter. What kind of other silly component? Whatever. I'm gonna just call it my component right now if I haven't done that. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to call it that. You guys use Pascal case as well, so it's class. I haven't written I don't write classes too often. Okay, so, and for now, all we're going to do here is we're going to say standalone.
Oh, that's in the decorator.
Oh yeah, right, not in there. Okay, so this actually just needs its own state. So we're just going to put, we're going to do a greeting component. Very, very unoriginal here. And actually I don't need this. This just shows you how little I use classes. So we're going to put some hoisted there, and then I'm just going to leave that. We're not going to worry about it being super stateful at this point. I know it's kind of, we'll get there. Okay, so, and then we're going to have at component, and our at component is going to have what? Standalone true.
Yeah.
It's going to have a template, which is going to be like h1, and then I'm going to be like hello name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a selector as well. That's the next step.
Right. And so selector, yeah, we're going to change this. Sorry, this is my greeting, and we're going to change the selector to um, like this. Is that
Yeah.
usually how you do it? Okay, because yeah, we'll actually pass a prop through here in a minute too. But let's just start with this, and then how do I put my greeting in my
Um,
button
you can add
component?
just my greeting element in the template of the. Oh, actually, before that, I mean, yeah, that's the first step, and this is gonna error, but you can add it to the template, of the add one button component.
So let's okay. If I go here and I just so do I put it like this, like the
Yeah,
match the selector,
yeah.
and can it be self closing or
No. I guess officially by the HTML spec that's not valid, so we
okay?
will.
So this is like okay, like web components. Okay, and I'm missing a T. My greetings. Is it most common to use elements like this rather than like div with classes on it? Okay,
Uh, for components, yeah. So now
okay,
this doesn't work because we need to bind like in this template. Like this is not a known element
okay.
in
Yeah,
HTML.
right.
So in order to um, state that the my greeting component is available in the scope of this template, you have to add property to the component decorator object there. So
Okay,
here you can add the property called like imports. Yeah. And it's an array. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
okay, that makes sense to me. That's easy. TypeScript and a little bit of knowledge, and we can get there. Okay. So you bring in the reference, and then it knows how to use the selector once it recognizes that it's in its scope. Vue is actually, or at least some stuff in Vue reminds me of this. I had some fun. I like changing, like telling Vue to recognize certain other components. It's very similar to this actually.
Yeah. Frameworks are inspiring each other.
Yeah, and okay, and then okay, now let's pretend that I want to pass instead of this owning the state. Can we pass the name from our from from
Yeah.
from here?
So we have something called inputs.
Okay,
So you can the input I guess is going to be in the my greeting components.
okay. The input is going to be in this
So
one.
yeah, you can import from Angular core. You can the input is going well. You can do it there too, but it's less
Okay,
traditional way to do it.
what's
Uh,
the right way?
so in the my greetings component, yeah, first you can import from there inputs. Yeah,
Yep,
and in my greetings component in the body of the class,
yep.
you can add. Actually, you can just prefix name with at input because this is a decorator, and
Decorators, yeah.
you can invoke it. It's a
Right,
function.
it's a function. Okay, nice. Okay, and then this becomes the default value for the input, right?
Yeah, and you can pass the value. If you go down to my greetings, you can use square brackets.
Okay, square. Square means bound value or
Yeah, exactly.
does
You
it
can just pass a string like
string?
yeah,
Okay, so then it's like okay, so then this is name, and then this is
name.
name.
Yeah,
Okay, does that work? Because I was hoping
I think it worked just stack blitz, but
compiling changes. Okay, come on, stack flits.
hopefully it saved it.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes like you're like yeah, I'm like supposed to, okay.
Yeah,
Because like it's not doing it unfortunately, and if I refresh the page, the chances of this actually being
oh,
okay, okay, it's good. Yeah, I know. I should sign in. I don't know why I'm not signed in on this computer. Probably because it's my work computer. I do most of my solid dev work on my own computer. Interesting. Stackblitz is not happy with me all of a sudden. It was fine up to this point. Did we miss something syntactically that's like causing Stackblitz to get in a fit?
internal, looks like internal, like stack blitz got some. Oh, no.
Token I, but that was did it okay, input good, input good.
I think on our side we're good.
Yeah, I mean, the current state of things should be fine now. Yeah, because that's unfortunate. Okay, it's like, okay, let's just back off here for a second. It went crazy on us the second I did this, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it's so
right.
weird. So funnily enough, okay, so this, okay, I'm not gonna do that for a second because that makes it angry. If I go input, this is fine. If I go here and go like name, okay, I'm not gonna bind anything yet. Let's just do like name. Oh, that's okay.
Stack blitz doesn't like something there.
Okay, let's not call it name. Let's call it something else. What am I going to call this? So our name is sometimes a really weird variable. Person. Okay. My greeting,
We should be
person,
fine on the Angular side.
and person. Come on. Not that. Darn it. Okay. Name, or person. And now I'm going to go person equals something.
Yeah, this is going to pass the string fg.
Yeah, which is good enough for me, but not
Yeah.
good enough for Stack Blitz.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, do we have some information here?
Yes, it should be fine for Angular, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this was like my super cheap way of getting started with this stuff because then I didn't need to we could pull down a repo if that makes sense. I don't know how much more code stuff I'm only doing as much code as we're doing to kind of understand the explanation. I'm getting a pretty good idea, at least. Like this makes sense to me syntactically, and I'm following it. And then there's just isn't this crazy though? Like it makes no sense. Like it's not even like the binding or anything. It's like the second or the name of the property. It's like the second that it's like thinks it has to pass something to my greeting. It's just like no, we're done.
We can talk a little bit about selectors. Maybe Stack is going they're going to do another production deployment meantime, and
But yeah, I mean, okay, let's talk about selectors here for a moment because I get what you're saying though. Now I understand why selectors exist because it is actually the way that you do it because the components aren't actually linked by JavaScript context, which is really interesting to me. They actually their scopes are completely isolated in
yeah,
this.
exactly. Yeah, this also allows some flexibility. Let's say like Angular introduced an image directive in version 15, which is very similar to the next image component.
Right.
Yeah. So to use the next image component, for instance, you had to import the image component from somewhere and replace all your images with the image component, which is absolutely valid. And it's not such a big of a change, so it's convenient. The thing that selectors allow you to do is to enhance the behavior of existing elements in your application without updating the templates at all. So you can just create a selector image,
right,
which matches all the different images in your application. And the next time you compile your application, the behavior of all the images is going to be enhanced.
Oh, I see. Because so you can have you can have multiple components attached to the same element, and like what like is on like if one of them doesn't like
It's directives that do that, but
because like when I'm like, what if like only one of them can have a template or stuff would go really wrong?
Exactly. Yeah. We have a primitive called directive, which is something like a component without a template, without a view.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Okay, okay. Yeah, I've heard of the term directives. I actually stole the word, but I think I might be miss. Does are directives like uh I don't know if I need the right one, but I'm just like a little bit curious on the syntax, just because I
They're
think
add directive, very similar to what's the way you're developing components. Add directive, and you specify a selector, and that's pretty much it.
yeah, directive. But is it a decorator itself? Not errors. I just want directive.
Yeah,
Direct directive.
you
It's probably like the most common. There it is. API directive. Okay, so it's a decorator that marks a class as an Angular directive. Gotcha. So it looks similar, and then you have similar stuff to components, except the key is you can have multiple directives on the same element.
Oh, Alex from in the chat is suggesting that we may want to export the child class to fix
Okay.
templates.
Okay. So the export does make a difference for stack blades. All right. Well. Okay. 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 Let's try. What do I want to do here? Person equals D. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think
Okay. Thank you so much, Alex. Okay. So now we can do person equals, uh, sorry, still string, name, and box it, which means, well, yes. Okay. Hello world. Beautiful. That's what I did. So world overrides our Angular here. Okay. That's great. Someone's mentioning that I could also do something like if I really wanted to, you this is one of those syntax things, but I could do like I could do this if I really wanted to. No, no.
yeah, this you have to remove the square brackets in this case.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. So square brackets like saying like, hey, I'm directly doing this, but you can also interpolate, and I
Yeah,
can do like this.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, okay, gotcha. Interesting. Okay, I gotta kind of think about that string thing for a second because this one is saying like we're just passing this string with an interpolated value, and the other one's saying we're passing the value.
yeah,
And,
exactly. Yeah,
and this is a lot. Yeah. Okay.
yeah. We evaluate this one as an expression in the context of the component.
I Angular has two-way binding too, right?
We can have two-way binding, yeah, but we try to enforce unidirectional data flow. Yeah,
I,
this
I couldn't remember what the symbol was. Oh no, yeah. Did I get it right?
you got it right. You have to just import forms and update this to an ng module.
Okay, okay, yeah. I'm just fooling around. Don't don't need to do that. Okay, okay, but yeah. So chat's great there. Interpolating is calling to string, so it's best to stay with it for binding properties. Got you. Right. Yes, that makes sense. And this is all back to history of attributes on HTML elements and the whole thing and attributes versus props and all that fun. Okay, cool. So yeah, we were talking about selectors, and that leads us to decorators. And interesting. So decorators are this is something I did not understand. I don't know if I'm going to write a decorator right now because I don't know what. Oh, actually, can we write a decorator? Sorry, I tangent a little bit, but
To create our own, or
yeah, like I mean, like something silly. Like, can we add a decorator that could make like the set a class of red or something? I know you wouldn't do that. Like, you'd use class normally, but we could make a decorator that like any selector match could set the text red or something, right? Like, it,
oh, directive.
a directive. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, we can do
Yeah,
that.
I don't. Oh, so you can make your own decorators too? Of course you can, right?
Yeah, in JavaScript. Yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, 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 yeah. But
because there are different versions. This one is.
yes, sir. I meant directives. Sorry, I use the word. Okay,
Uh,
different D word, but yeah. So we can make. Can we quickly make a directive? So like,
yeah, you can
'cause I
import.
feel like this is part of my Angular learning knowledge. So we have a directive, and we'll have a class that'll be like export it to just because I don't know what's up, and be like make it red. Okay. Maybe make it blue. Red's so aggressive. Okay. Although red, Angular's red, so we're gonna make it red. Okay.
You can delete the parentheses there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you can specify a selector now.
Okay.
The selector
Selector.
can be just button. It's in the directive metadata.
Okay, sure. So I could do a selector for button, sure. And then we can,
It's
okay.
up. It's up in the directive
Oh yeah,
decorator.
sorry. Okay, selector button. Okay. And it's not standalone, right? That's only a component concept. All right. So now this directive will apply to all buttons. Okay.
Yeah. And the next step, I mean, you can. There are like different things you can do. Like let's say we can directly. Let's touch on dependency injection.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, you help me go where to go. What do I need to know? Maybe I just went here because it seemed like the next step. But yeah, dependency injection seems like it's an important part of Angular, from what I've
Yeah,
been told.
I mean, no, we can do it directly while building this directive. We can just use some function called inject. So
Okay. So where do I do this?
in you can inject element ref. So in the component in the directive body here, you can type
Yeah.
inject and use element ref, I believe. Let's see.
Maybe send it to private chats because I'm not quite
Yeah.
following what you're saying.
So in the class, we can try to do this.
All right, here we go. X or class foo element equals. Okay. So yeah, we're just setting a top level thing. Element inject, and then element ref, which I'm hoping I will know what that is. Okay, inject is something that I'm going to need to import, right?
Yeah.
Import from Angular core.
Yeah.
Okay, and then element ref is something we're going to get in a minute. I'm gathering. Okay, so far so good. What do we do next?
After that, just let's see. We can import element ref as well.
Okay, quick fix. Okay, cool. Interesting. So like directives have some like powerful primitives under them as well to make it easy to author them. So like this is like how do you get the element reference for what the directive applies to? Okay.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
here you can import. I mean here in let's import this directive in the app components, and we can just add it to the imports right there.
Okay.
In the imports up there.
Yeah. So then we can go my greeting, and then we also need make it red.
Yeah.
Red. Okay.
Oh yeah, and we need to make the directive standalone. That's a good.
Okay. So directive. I should just get used to writing standalone from now on.
Yeah, we're eventually going to flip the switch and make everything standalone one day.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. All right.
And and here, let's say in after viewing it, ng after viewing it, that's the lifecycle hook here.
Okay. Sorry. So ng like so it's like a function.
Yeah, exactly.
After what?
Viewing it.
So am I saying viewing it? Did I hear you right?
Oh, it's a view init.
Viewing it. Okay. Yeah. I'm like after viewing it. I'm like yeah. What's up? Yeah. After viewing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we can just log the element for now, just to preview it.
Perfect. Okay. And so this element that I'm getting here is this dot element.
Yeah.
And it is a element ref, and what an element ref is, it has a native element underneath it. Okay, so this is okay. So we have a special object that for handling refs, probably for stability.
Yeah.
And then there's a specific reference. So this is kind of like use ref and how you do dot current.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm following.
Yeah, in ng view init, we can just make the button red. We can just manipulate the styles.
Right. Beautiful. So we can literally just go in here and go like, okay, this element dot native element dot style style dot background color. It's been equals red.
Oh, blue. Like sorry. Oh no, right.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Yeah, so we're straight into native things. Okay, right. Yeah, that's always fun. Okay,
Yeah, and that's kind of like the thing with selectors, that it can, if like anywhere that this directive is available, it's going to apply the logic to like all your buttons.
there you go. Sorry. Well, as I was typing, I was like, where's my autocomplete? It's because native element can really be anything.
Yeah.
So I needed to coerce it to an HTML element, and then the rest of my completion works. Okay, cool. Okay. And then now we have a red button. And in fact, if we wanted to do something funny, like I don't know, let's look at our greeting component, and if we added a button here for some reason, we'd have to apply the directive to it. But we could be like change. I'm just gonna put that in there. We could also, in theory, okay. Well, that's good to know how this works, because it doesn't. It's interesting. It doesn't apply globally here, even like on the tree, because they're isolated. So
Yeah.
you're still like, when you first were telling me about this and matching out selectors, I'm like, that's pretty permissive. But no. This is only within the range of the components that have recognized that they need to make it red.
Yeah, we create a scope,
Okay.
kind of like a dynamic scope here with
Yeah.
standalone components. The scope will be within the like add one button, but it could be like a bigger, larger scope if we use like the concept of ng modules also. Ng modules are a way for us to declare a scope in which we have certain components and directives available, and they kind of create a namespace. We can think about it as a namespace.
Right. But okay, and this kind of ties in, because like I'm sure you'll correct me, because I'm just picking up like the pieces of conversation. The thing is, historically, you used to always have to make an ng model, but now that there's standalone, the ng
Yeah.
models are optional.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. It's funny. I don't know Angular, but I've like overheard enough conversations to be dangerous. So
Something here that would be interesting also is the style encapsulation. That's something that I kind of like a lot, because your styles will not be leaking. I've had issues in like larger
right,
projects that I've worked on, like before style encapsulation like was a thing, and I would happen to have like a colliding selector in different parts of the application and just get unexpected results. So if
right.
we declare, let's say you can add in this my greetings component, you can
Okay,
change the border, let's say, of
okay,
you can just use styles. Um,
okay. Cool. So this is a built-in thing.
there's a,
Okay,
you can add square brackets here, and you can add template strings literal,
okay.
and
Oh,
yeah, just
okay.
add
So I
declare
could do.
style per button. Yeah.
I can like button, and then be like, I don't know, what are we gonna do? Border. What do I want to do? Can I do border radius? I'm just like not a. It's been so long since I've actually.
Border like 5 pixels solid.
Yeah. Solid.
Yeah,
That's fun. Right. I was like thinking about rounding the corners, and then I'm like, man, I don't remember anything anymore. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, so that's cool. And this is So this is style encapsulation. And okay, actually, I want to do it here, because this is the more interesting place to do it. Because like this. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is. I mean, both places are interesting for their own reason.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to. Yeah, this is pure isolation. It's not even hierarchical. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So this is built right in, similar to Vue and Svelte. Angular probably did it first, I'm sure. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. So then we got template blocks, we got style blocks, and then we have our component JS blocks.
Mm-hmm.
They're isolated. Selectors are how we tie them together. Imports is how we do this whole mechanism of getting directives and other components. So we've explicit connections. You can make them into modules, but standalone is this new cool way that you can literally just wire them up yourself like this. Okay. Is this a good time to talk about dependency injection in general? Because this is the piece that's like missing, to my understanding, for most React devs. They're like, yeah, dependency injection, like context, and someone academic will come out in the conversation like, No, that's actually the service locator pattern. Dependency injection is slightly different. So yeah, I mean, uh, it's I don't actually know the difference to be true. I used dependency injection in Java back in the day, and it felt very different to context because you'd be like defining your classes and you'd be like listing possible,
Yeah,
modules and stuff. Yeah, let's talk Angular. What does this mean for Angular, and why is it important? Actually, maybe we should like really high level for people because I don't like the average React dev doesn't actually even know what dependency injection probably is.
yeah, I can see why I particularly appreciate dependency injection, and I've been simulating dependency injection to an extent in like variety of different contexts, including in React. Actually, I have an integration of Angular's dependency injection in React.
Oh,
Uh,
really?
yeah,
I
uh,
mean, the funny thing is, I'd probably understand that maybe even better in a sense because then I'd like understand what you're doing. But let like can we just start like what is it and what does it do?
yeah.
Um,
So let's say we want to move some of our business logic to like let's say we have like a user list and we get this user list from somewhere, like from an API somewhere in
yeah,
our network. One way to get the users is by using like fetch. We're just fetching directly within the component. I
yeah,
guess in React we're going to use something like use effect maybe,
yeah,
and we're going to get all the users and visualize them, and that's decent. Like we can definitely do that. If we
right,
want to test this component, what we can do is just send requests every time when we run our unit tests,
yeah,
or which is not ideal, or we can just monkey patch window.fetch. But like monkey patching is also not great because you can forget
yeah.
to revert back the patch.
Right, for sure. And it makes things complicated, and then you decide to build your whole framework on it, and next thing you know, you release next 13, and you've monkey patched fetch. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I got sidetracked. Sorry, back to Angular here. Yeah,
and
no, yeah.
yeah.
So, okay,
So
continue.
something we can do in this case is just pass fetch as an argument to the components, let's say, as a
Yeah,
parameter, and we're already injecting this dependency. So we're creating kind of like dependency injection in a way. We're passing the dependency as as an argument. I'm not saying that that's exactly dependency injection, and
right,
that's not how we're implementing it in Angular, but that's an option which is
right.
going to make our components independent from the implementation of this service for fetch
Right.
stuff.
Would another example be just like globals? Yeah, like you said, injecting fetch, but you could also ha- have the fetching happening outside and just inject the data as well. Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, another thing. I guess eventually we'll have to use fetch somewhere,
Right.
and if we want to test this component, we will ideally want to abstract the fetch implementation. So
Okay.
in Angular, we have built-in support for that with um, most lately with the inject function. The inject function allows us to inject certain like objects that the inject function that we're using actually already in the directive up. Yeah, here we're injecting
Oh,
this,
right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
and we can pass like some fake implementation of element ref if we would like to in some test environment. So that's pretty convenient. It doesn't have to be the real DOM. It could be like, I don't know. We can just mock it to an object that has a style property, and we test whether we have changed the background color of this.
Right. Okay. So syntactically, I mean, this top level in their class, but essentially, we'll have our classes, and at some point, maybe the directive or in a component or something, you'll be like inject of. But I mean, element ref here is a type of injection. Like it's a type of thing. It's not the
Exactly. Yeah. So we associate we inject like the type, kind of, we call it a token. We
right.
and we associate, and we can have different implementations of this thing. One of
Right.
them is currently the DOM element or like the element ref, but it could be something completely different. And sometimes we can even create like we can have multiple things. Let's say that's like a very made up example.
Yeah.
But let's say we have different rendering strategies. We have rendering strategy like in the web worker, and another is in the main UI thread, and another is, I don't know, like we're using rendering like a React Native like solution where we're passing calls to the native platform.
Yep.
We can create multi-provider, that's how we call it. So we have different implementations of your renderer. And depending on the platform you're into, you're getting the right implementation, the one that you actually need.
Right. So okay, just because like I've seen this from Vue a little bit, but I haven't actually looked at what Vue does. There's inject, which is how you consume or inject in this dependency by this definition. So do you register these with a provide method somewhere potentially?
These are implicit. Yeah, these are implicit. This one will be. So they're in hierarchical structure. It's actually a whole injector tree that mostly matches the DOM, but there are some extra injectors. And in each one of these injectors, we can have different so-called providers. The providers are usually pairs of like a token and kind of like an implementation of this token. And let's say in this, there are some default ones because like every node has like an associated element usually because the node injectors are associated with components. So we have this element ref that is the element ref associated with like this particular like element that this directive is applied to.
Okay, yeah. So I'm starting to make like connect dots, and I'm not sure if everyone in the audience is with me on this dot connection. But the thing is, we have a hierarchy in React context and those, but the providers only there's a symbol, but they provide a value. They don't necessarily provide an implementation. So like maybe you could use context to create this sort of dependency injection model, but
doesn't work. Here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know this. I'm just trying to think in my head because it sounds like it sounds like it has elements of it, but it sounds like it actually has more. Like there's more to it. Like there's like.
Let's say here we can have a fetch implementation.
Yeah.
We have a directive right here. Let's say I'm going to like pretend right now that this is just like a component tree. So we have.
Yeah. I'm going to give you a little bit more screen so everyone can see you. Yeah.
So we can have like I would just make things up. This is going to be a paragraph. This is going to be a div here. This is going to be, I don't know, another paragraph, and this is going to be a span. Why not? And actually, this might be more confusing. So we have different containers of dependencies, and at the very top we have. That's a little like wrong for in the Angular context, but it's like accurate enough to work for our example. So we can have implementation of fetch right here or HTTP.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm close.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's say here we have a directive that requires fetch, and everywhere we have element ref. Element ref. So here we have a directive, add directive. And in this directive, we're injecting, let's say, fetch.
Yeah, okay.
So we're going to look into this injector here. If it has fetch, we're going to return a directive, but we can't find it. So we go to the parent injector. There is no fetch here either. So we end up going to the root injector and instantiate it because it can also depend on other things. Let's say fetch can depend on. It might not be fetch. It might be like GraphQL, and it may have like let's say a transport layer, which could be HTTP or it could be a WebSocket, and it could be in another parent injector, the transport layer. So in this case, we'll have to come here to resolve the dependency of fetch, and eventually we're going to end up providing fetch to the directive. And it's also a pretty fast mechanism that Angular does it. Like if you ask Mishko, he'll be so proud of the Bloom filters that we use here, but doesn't really matter too much from implementation point of view. I guess the good thing is that you can just inject the dependencies that you want to, and your component or directive, it is not going to think about implementation at all. It is just going to, or it is not going to think about how to instantiate this fetch. You just request it, and it comes for free for you. And if you want to pass a fake implementation, you can just take this directive in isolation in your test case.
Right.
You pass a fake fetch, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back around to here. Yeah. I can see the power of it. The thing that I've been trying to figure out is like I'm now on that second stage where I'm like, I want to see what you did to implement something similar in React. Like how much complexity of the layers you have to like layer on top. Well, maybe share with me later. I don't think we'll be able to talk about that on the stream today, but I'm very curious to see that because I feel like I'm starting to get like a bit of a picture here because these three things are very powerful the way they work together: the directives, the dependency injection, and then like on the component selection layer. Like basically, they like the three pieces um, let give you a lot of power in being able to like wire stuff up behind the scenes, like
Yeah.
essentially in a way that isn't directly hierarchical on the tree, where we're very much used to. Kind of like used to doing that like in React, everything is very much the tree. So much the tree that when their context updates, like you end up re-rendering like a lot of the tree. Like it's just
Yeah.
whereas this feels like it's very isolated. So yeah, no, this is interesting. There's some complexity that comes with it, but I'm seeing how this kind of like builds on and very consistent in terms of patterns too. If I switch back to our code view here, like just the way of using directives on classes. This is, as I said, a bit more alien to me because like it's been a while since my Java days, so much kind of things, but I can see how consistent this is, like especially like
We can do an experiment here. We can just create a service. That's how we call the classes that you inject. We can just create like a service at top
okay.
before directive.
Okay, so yeah, tell me what service is. One more concept I'm not aware of, but I've heard it from Angular as well. So is it another one of these?
At injectable because you're injecting the service.
At injectable.
Yeah, and you can pass an object here
Yeah.
with property provided in because you're specifying in which injector it goes. So you can pass a semicolon and a string root. Like root is the fine thing in the
Yeah.
root injector that we discussed from the injector hierarchy.
Yeah.
And you just create a class that can have like one method that invokes alert or something.
Okay, sure. Class. We'll call it a capital alert. So part of me is wondering if like the browsers are removing alert, but I hope it's still there right now. Okay.
Or log something in the console. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Console. Yeah. Let's do console just in case. Okay. And then okay. And then what am I doing now?
Just a decline. You can define a method log, for example, that uses console log. Yeah.
And I can just. Okay. Cool. And then.
Yeah, and here in the directive, you can have in make it red, you can have another inject. Let's say you can have a console property which equals inject.
Console, yeah, and inject.
It injects console, the class console.
Okay, console. Yeah, I just decided to call it console P just because like the window has a console on it, so I didn't want to. Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter here. Okay.
Yeah. In the unit, you have you can just invoke console.log with, and you should see hola. In the
And then if I go here, nice. Okay, cool. Okay, so like this could be whatever. I could do something like fetch my data, and then whatever stuff, and then essentially just be able to use it anywhere that I inject it. Okay.
Yeah,
and then
you easily override it in tests.
Right, and just be like, okay, I'm going to because this is just because this is how do you get the same console symbol like
yeah, it's a singleton. It creates it's going to be instantiated in the instance is going to be cached, so you're going to get the same one next time.
Okay.
But it's interesting, like if we look into that, it's interesting how does it play with something like progressive hydration or like resumability, because we can inject something from anywhere, and this thing, like this is kind of like has some. We need to preserve the state somehow in the DOM, let's say.
Yeah. Okay.
Would like to. That's just like an open question, nothing that we have right now. Just thinking how like this is pretty developer, like provides developer ergonomics. You can do whatever you want,
Right.
but also having so much flexibility doesn't allow you to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is interesting because there's that two-edged sword, right? Because stuff can really come in anywhere. But I mean, the links are direct. Oh, yeah. This is interesting. Yeah, isn't it? Because like you, yeah, it's interesting because there's like a different graph here to consider.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, this is new to me, so I still need some time to process through it. But I'm kind of like I'm seeing how powerful this layer is on, but I'm also seeing yeah, that's an interesting choice like to kind of think about because this is yeah well here I mean it's not just this like I don't know if you're aware I follow obviously the React ecosystem very far. They've been doing really cool stuff with server components and partial hydration that way and but one of the things that's making really hard with server components is like context is kind of really broken, which is their like kind of pseudo weaker dependency injection model. And even with that one, it's like hard. Like it might. And I've been talking with Michiko on Quick, and he was like, we're using context, which is fine. You hear him grumble about it because he's always like. He's like, I don't know how anyone tests anything in React, blah 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 blah. But like, he was like we need like a reverse context too to be like stop caring about context here because you get into this zone where you're like this data could be used anywhere. Do I have to serialize it all? Like can I stop, like how do I break this stuff up? This is it's an interesting design zone to kind of think through now with where we're now thinking of more ways. Like at first we had these large apps in the Angular JS, right? And then we got to a point where we were like, okay, components, that makes it more manageable, right? And a lot of us, a lot of frameworks, and even like here with Angular to a certain degree, I see the same with Svelte and React. Like it was like, let's tie the life cycle to the components. Now, I know we didn't talk about it today, but Angular has different change models as well, which are like, hey, this isn't always great. Use on push or something, and then you can manually set it using something like RxJS reactivity to kind of like control it in a different way outside of like the normal change detection. But then now we're getting to like, and that was kind of a progression. It's kind of like the same way people use MobX and React to kind of drive it, or Vue framework is essentially that. If you kind of just step back from Vue to a certain point, they're like using reactivity to drive these components. But now when we're talking about stuff with like Marco 6, Quick, like you start getting to, all like even partial hydration to a certain degree with stuff like React server components or Astro or SolidStart, like even to a certain degree, maybe not as granular. We're talking about trying to break stuff up in an even more granular, crazy kind of way. And there's like this conflicting piece between the power of, like, everyone knows globals and singletons like have the trade-off on that, and that's why we have these great patterns around providers and injection so that we don't make mess of our code. But we're now kind of fighting against the power of that kind of connectivity we did and the convenience of it with like, no, we want to try and break stuff around and make it almost like jQuery again. Like, I mean, that's an interesting thing. We want to have like the best of both. We want to have like, oh yeah, just inject this, blah blah blah. But then at the same time, like, framework output jQuery for me. Like it's wild.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, we're looking into, so we didn't discuss some of the trade-offs of dependency injection. It's like very magical in Angular, and sometimes it's great. Like for getting started with, you don't create proxies, it just works. Sometimes it doesn't work though. We're discussing the child-parent relationship, and let's say we were performing traversal from top to bottom.
Yeah.
But like the component at the bottom you might have bound to, let's say, a getter, and in this getter you may have a side effect that mutates the state of the parent component. And in this case, change
Yeah.
detection is not going to work because he needs to do another loop, like another. We need to traverse the component tree again, and so we have a development check called expression changed after checked. Like, so we throw an error
Okay.
in this, and yeah, this global change detection just doesn't work with such granular lazy loading.
Right.
So it just there are different approaches with different trade-offs, I guess.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the most interesting things about Angular having, and I mentioned at the beginning again, is just having seen those trade-offs, seen that thing, and then figuring out like, okay, can we, like, it's an interesting choice with like a framework and a library. When you are opinionated and you cover a larger area of things, when those new things come up, you have to go, okay, how do we do it in an Angular way? How can we enable our developers to do this without messing with everything else?
Yeah.
And because like I remember when I first heard about on push, I was like, and that zone thing, and then I think I saw some talk by, was it Michael Hatley or something, which was about like partial zone something or other, and I was just like, how does this work? Do they talk to each other? Like it's wild to me that multiple change detection approaches can exist in the same, zone, like not zone, sort of like framework or like application. And it was like the kind of considerations and like engineering problem there to kind of like that's interesting. I don't know. I probably could like pick your brain about that forever. It's very interesting to see how like um how to find like powerful solutions in that like it's the philosophy piece. When you talk to frameworks and framework authors, there's always like a slightly differences on philosophy, and that's why it's always interesting to talk to places where the philosophies are a little bit different, because then you're like the decision making becomes a little bit different.
Yeah, 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 and yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's the semantics is super different. Also, the syntax is really interesting, which because the syntax, I'm noticing how just people get really attached to syntax, and at a certain point, it gets a little bit like the syntax brings you like feelings about things. It feels
Feelings, yes, feelings. It is actually a feelings thing, like an emotion that people feel. Like when people talk about JSX or people talk about svelte language or whatever, it's like there's like an emotional reaction to it, which
yeah,
is which is I love that as well. Like we found this with Marco, right? Like it doesn't matter how smart or well designed a language is, somebody might see it and just be like immediately have like an emotive, like like emotional appeal to it, or not appeal, like a reaction to it. And that's interesting too, because like that part also plays in on top of just like sometimes it reflects the philosophy, sometimes it's just like you naturally get there. And then I think that's why we have so many frameworks. Like there's so many different combinations of these kind of things. So yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Man, oh, we're basically out of time. I don't know. I was trying to see if there's any quick questions in chat that came through while we were chatting there. I should have actually put it out there because we got to let Minko go here in a minute. But
I can I can definitely stay for a few questions.
yeah, so if anyone's like, this is your chance. If anyone got a couple questions here, we should probably fire them off. A lot of people talking about the beauty of Angular and its architectural design. Yes, it's come up a few places. Then like it's right next to someone saying like the syntax highlighting on the templates and the CSS, in the strings and stacklets was probably gave them an emotional reaction.
Yeah, it wasn't great, by the way. Like that's something that we should fix in Stablets. In VS Code, we have the Angular language service that provides better syntax highlighting. I don't know if you can install an extension here. Maybe we can't. We can't.
Is this going to become a series? I'm going to talk more with developers from Angular coming up. This has been a blind spot for me. I think we'll see when, but in the coming months, I'm going to have Powell on. And we're going to talk reactivity in Angular at some point in the future. So that's going to be interesting. From today, I just wanted to get like a really high level. I know we got deep in sections, but for me, this is still high level. Like it's just understanding the core change mechanisms, understanding the core building block pieces. And I think we got an idea that we talked about services, we talked about dependency injection, we talked about directives, components, selectors, like a lot of the like key concepts of the building blocks. We did not talk about RxJS. It's fine. Many of you on the stream already know about RxJS. We talked about reactivity a decent amount. If you want to bug me about RxJS, we can do that. But yeah, Angular seems fine, but Zone is very suspicious. I think the Angular team might be thinking that these days as well. I'm not,
Yeah, we have plans how to make zones optional, and it's yeah, zones have they're like magical, a little too magical sometimes. So like let's say there are some cases that we need to like for instance, I mentioned that we're running change detection when the microtask queue is empty, but in some cases we can't plug into the microtask queue with async await because that's like a syntactical thing rather than an API that we can
right,
So in these cases, we perform a compile time transform that does the same thing, which is works.
right. But yeah, no, that makes sense.
But in exploring how to make zones optional and how to make change detection local also, and run it only in components that have been affected by a change, which means that we need to impact the developer experience a little bit.
Right, right. Um, okay. So, some people are like, oh, any idea for Angular to be like Next.js or whatever? No, let's not go there. I actually here's a few. There's a question. Someone was like, any like what's next for Angular? I know you guys spent a couple of years on Ivy, and the standalone components was a big release very recently. What's coming?
Yeah, one of them is improvement in the server-side rendering experience. There are some developer experience improvements we can do, and also some like we currently can make our hydration story better for sure. So that's something that we're looking into actively and seeing how we can evolve it from there, so that
Okay, I
we
mean
can
that's
improve like core web vitals.
okay, that's key. Yeah. So you guys are looking at on some of the hydration stuff and the SSR stuff. So I guess the question about Next.js wasn't actually that far off. I heard about Angular Universal in the past. I've never used it. I've heard someone was working on a beat-based framework around Angular.
Yeah, Brandon, he's here in the chat.
Yeah, Brandon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah. So which what is it called again?
Analog.
Analog, yes, it had an A in it. I knew it. Like, yeah, analog, yeah. So shout out, and yeah. So there's been a lot of progression there. I think it's awesome. You guys who work on hydration. I know that there's been some exploration into reactivity and signals, which also,
Yeah.
obviously is something I'm very interested in. We'll see how that goes and where that lands. But yeah, it sounds like there's a lot of really cool stuff. That there was some people who initially were like, "Oh, why are you looking at Angular?" I'm like, don't count Angular out. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, and that was my mistake in the past. As I said, I completely missed Mishko's talk in 2019 about resumability,
Uh-huh.
and I would have been much better off if I'd been paying attention, and that was on me. So I'm paying attention now.
Yeah, you mentioned already the exploration we're doing around like change detection. I already
Yeah,
talked a little bit about making it local and running only in affected components. That's going to be a significant improvement. I would say the change detection in Angular right now is pretty fast with this compile time transform that we're doing.
right.
We're not running it in the most efficient way, so we can definitely work on fixing this. And a good thing about Angular having dependency injection out of the box and having like a standard router and standard forms and standard way for managing even like state
Yeah,
to an extent. Like there is global state, which we have some patterns, but like we don't have an opinionated approach. Allows us to build a lot of developer tooling. So, for example, you can preview the routes in your Angular application in a pretty standard way, or you can preview this entire components or injector tree within Chrome DevTools or Angular DevTools in this case.
right.
So yeah, these are some other things that we're working on. Better developer tooling.
No, that's awesome. That's the thing people don't realize when you've got such a large framework and like large like usage. I mean, like so many like you got opinions, you got pieces, and you have such like you have a real user base. You have Google, you have you know you know all the users worldwide. It takes an amount of consideration that the guy by himself in the basement creating the framework doesn't have to worry about in terms of stuff. So it's a different move. these things are sometimes a long time in the making. Like React 18 took like 6 years essentially. I mean, there was 17 in the middle, but no one counts that one. Like, and I'm it's cool to see like all that work that went to Ivy, kind of, getting the compiler to where it is now. It's like I got this feel, and you can confirm, deny, whatever, but that like there's this kind of sense in the Angular community that it's like, okay, we did the work, we did the heavy lifting, we got the new foundation, it's go time. Like
Yeah,
let's
there is
like
momentum going on for sure.
yeah, like I definitely got that feeling, like just with the exploration into hydration, like all the current modern topics, a lot of interest, people reaching out, talking about that on the Angular team in the community. So yeah, the ball's rolling again. So that, like, sometimes you got to do the hard work first to get to where you want to get to. I feel like the Angular's right there, front and center, just like the rest of us right now. We're exploring this new zone that's kind of been coming up the last couple of years. So
Yeah,
very exciting times.
really, really excited about. I mean, same. We're getting a lot of inspiration from the work you're doing with Solid. Like a friend of mine actually recently messaged me. He started his startup, and he said, "Oh, tell to Ryan that you inspired me to use Solid for my project."
That's awesome. I'm so happy to see that influence come out. For me, like I had my own kind of journey, which was like really believing in this approach and nobody really even recognizing it. And React basically killed all the projects that like I liked. The React was like, no, you do it the React way. No one, and I'm like, okay, no one wants this. And then just suddenly something changed a few years ago, and people were like, oh, this is actually good. And I'm like, I thought it was, but so the ecosystem can convince me otherwise. So I'm glad to see that influence come around, and yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the future of that aspect, especially in Angular. I don't know if you guys are like, I think there's a choice to be made there with the signals, and I think it's not a clear, like, I think people don't understand how it's not a clear, like, it's not just like, oh yeah, instant win. Like you have to think about it and where it makes sense. So, but as long as you guys are working on that stuff, I'm willing to, as you know, help out or talk through any kind of stuff, because I'm very stoked to see stuff in this direction.
Same, yeah. Really enjoy the collaboration.
All right. We should let Minko go because it is time. And yeah, solid mate. Nice. But yeah, no, thank you so much for being here, joining us. Give me a little intro to Angular. I'm going to have to look at it more in the future. I know I'm definitely going to have Paolo on, maybe even have yourself on again at some point when I get a chance to actually dig into a little bit more code. But this was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me. Really, really enjoy this chat.
Yeah, awesome. This is not the end of the stream. We're going to keep on going, but give Minko send off. Bye. All right. How's everyone doing? That was awesome. Honestly, like I like it's I shouldn't say it's incredible when you know how many amazing people have worked on Angular over the years. And the fact that they have like a team of some of the, brightest engineers hired at Google working on this project. But like it's a difficult problem when you have like so many internal teams to support external teams, when you're sitting there and you're kind of working through this problem space, and you have both the legacy of being successful and the constant changing of the web. It's very interesting, and honestly, I I learned a lot from this. I was so happy because, like, I'm not gonna lie, if I'd done the Angular stream myself, we would have kind of dug around. We wouldn't have gotten here so quickly. Because, like, for me, I know this is not a beginner stream, and like the way we talk, but I like when I see something, I have to ask that question. I'm like, yeah, what does the compiled output look like? Like, what, why are we doing this? And having Minko here to answer those questions was so key. Yeah. So I know most of you were at least polite in chat and weren't like, I know there's some Angular React back and forth where people are saying some snide comments. Tried to ignore them for the most part, but yeah, I think that I think this was a good chat, and I'm gonna do more in the future. I know Angular sometimes gets a bad rep, so to speak, but I don't think it's you got to put it in the perspective of like, what kind of evolution it's gone through and like where it is. Like, it's funny. Honestly, I wonder in a short period of time will people be looking at React like this? because at a certain point you're like, you start needing to solve more advanced problems, you become more opinionated, then you realize that there's limitations in the language, things you have to patch, use event effect, whatever, like, and then suddenly, like, at a certain point you've kind of created your own dialect and your own place, and reactivity is definitely the type of thing that would take you there too. So um, these things are just a little bit different, but you can see the incredible power here. I hope everyone watching could see the incredible power here. You don't react is better. People trolling in my chat. Of course you are. How is Twitch chat going? I haven't actually checked over here for a little while. Right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, no, okay, we're still good. We're still live. Okay, that's awesome. Don't check here, it's trolls. Yeah, no, seriously, it is funny when I go like look over at the Twitch chat compared to the YouTube chat. It's like that. It's like the YouTube chat. There's just like, oh yeah, I had this Angular project, or I'm really interested in this and this, and I go to the Twitch chat, and it's just like, React is better. uh, it's not trolls, just one. Oh man. Oh, I, you all are great. I'm not criticizing. And everyone knows Vue is the best, right? Yeah. The funny thing that's interesting is I don't know if this is actually like as true today. I actually went to that one of those meetups. Tom Ochino spoke, who was like he was like the management manager on the React team for years and years, like especially through their like early days through kind of like the mid days. He wasn't. I think he left a few years ago, but he was talking. Theo asked him this great question, and he, about like React becoming more of a framework than a library, and Tom like agreed. He was like, yeah. So like we are getting into a place where React and Angular comparison might actually finally be relevant, where it was never relevant before. Sometimes that's like the comparison conversation I have with Svelte and Solid. People ask me about this because it's kind of like, I don't actually think like you can have a Next.js on React, right? Or you can build like a framework on top of Solid, like Solid Start. But I think the thing you got to understand is even when you get to the framework zone, the way they look at things or value things historically has been different than maybe the way Angular does. I actually think that philosophy is changing a bit. So like for me, that's kind of like an interesting topic on its own. All right. The pools that pays me the most. Yeah. Well, that's definitely the way to go. I think that's how you do it, right? I mean, these things are different, but then like, how different are they? Like that's why people talk about that whole 10x thing. But like, let's face it, the stuff moves forward incrementally, anyways. Every time someone mentions Wiz, I feel like a lost art has been hidden from us. Yeah, I mean, Marco is in the different than Wiz, but also in that kind of category. Except it was open source, so it wasn't hidden. We just kind of slept on it. All right. So what else are we doing today? Yeah, we're gonna do. I gotta get quickly set up here for this week in JavaScript. That was fun playing with Angular, but there's a few topics that we should talk about this week. Just kind of getting that going. Where are we going here? Let's see if I can get my Twitter going. I got to be so careful now because we got all those like private circle things that keep on showing it, and some of those conversations are actually like really good. But yeah. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, everything's in my bookmark. I like didn't tweet this week at all. I was like, I was kind of I was doing the New York event, and then I was at that meetup in San Francisco like the next day, and I just kind of like, yeah. Okay, so let's get that. Sorry, I know I'm not sharing my screen right now. Yeah, I mean, we don't have time now. One thing I was debating on doing today, because like obviously SvelteKit is a big deal and SvelteKit was released. But like yeah, it was kind of an interesting people can talk about forms, and like part of me was like, maybe we should just build some form solution right now. Like, wouldn't that be fun? Like, I'll talk about it in a minute. Okay, we'll talk about it in a minute. Let's do that. Okay, and then what else do I want? I want solid. Sorry, you guys have no clue what I'm doing, but that's all good. I don't think this week in JavaScript is going to be the longest this week in JavaScript, so there's a temptation here. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's quickly look at what Minko sent us. Um, uh, let me share my screen a second. Let's see here. I'm kind of curious how he sent me this article from 2017, implementing Angular's dependency injection in React, understanding element injectors, and we'll probably be able to tell really quickly here whether this article is just over our heads for being able to just talk through here, because honestly, I feel like I only got about 70% of what Minko was saying at that point. I'm gonna have to like sit with dependency injection for a moment. But okay, like, is this using? Okay, so this is injection JS from Angular core. Blah blah blah. I just want to see if there's like, is this just a whole system built outside of React and then layered on top? Okay. So provider can be. Yeah, I'm just like semi curious. What are we doing here? Reflect. Like, how much of this is just playing around classes to make sure they play? This is a fork of React 15.4.2. Okay, so this might be just like, this is like pre-hook. So provider config, okay, service. Okay, yeah. So this is, so this is not just like a mechanical thing. This is like literally, can we like, yeah, this looks like it was even maybe pre-modern context being in React. It's like, although the mechanism doesn't look like it's necessarily too complicated. That's interesting though. But the approach he took looks like he actually had the fork React and get in there and then change. Okay, this might be a good read for another time. I think this probably. I was like, kind of, if there was a lot of React code in here, I'd be like interested in following it. But it's more that like all the code is basically written in this library, and then the React is just consuming it. This code manipulates React's internal user private property. Yeah, so it's not anything in user space. Oh well. Yeah. Okay. When did it? I don't know. I didn't join on Twitter till like after this had already changed. Okay, so forget about that. Okay. Was there anything big on? I love Ben's work. Okay, but that was a week ago. Yeah, I don't know. I want to just grab a couple more things before we do this week in JavaScript. Someone mentioned the Astro release. Oh, there we go. Astro. Let's do Astro release. Astro. There we go. Somehow I missed the 1.7 release. Yeah. Well, because it happened while we were streaming. All right. Okay, this looks interesting. We should look at this. This is what happens. I'm in the middle of who does a Friday release? Seriously. You're supposed to do it before Friday, and then I get to look at it. So I stream at this point because no one does a release on Friday. All right, cool. All right, let's blow some stuff up. All right, everyone still alive out there? All right, let's see where we're going here. Go here. Yeah, I don't even know what order I want to attack this stuff in. Yeah, whatever. Friday's the best time to release. You got the whole weekend to fix it after. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. Yeah, it depends on what it is. To be fair, I worked in education and I worked at schools, so in a sense, this was actually made a lot of sense. If you want like to test something like a big release, but like that was only for our big releases. Like you generally, you don't want to ruin people's weekends. Okay. Let's get this going here. Let's go back to me. And actually, I brought water in this room, but I was like in such a rush to get started, I missed it. 1 sec. Oh man, water. Thank God, water. All right. That's so much better. You ever try talking for like hours on end with no water? It's like, all right, okay. Yeah. So I probably don't have like the most news, but let's just go with this and see where it goes, and stay active. Chat. We'll keep things rolling. You know how this goes. So, I know where I'm going to start. All right, let's do this. So let's talk about this week in JavaScript. Honestly, this week in JavaScript, I haven't been following as closely as I usually do. I was traveling a lot. For me, it meant going to both New York and San Francisco meetups back to back, and trying to keep PRs down, and solving issues along the way. So I have to admit, I missed most of the big events, and I'm only kind of finding out about them after the fact. But I think pretty much anonymously, the biggest thing that happened this week by far was the release of SvelteKit 1.0. Which probably surprised many of you because I did not really cover SvelteKit today. We covered SvelteKit a year ago on a different stream. There have been some improvements, but for our purposes, a lot of the changes have been cosmetic, or how should I put it, like syntaxes, things that make the user experience a lot better, or so the developer experience a lot better, but mechanically, didn't really change too much. I'm very happy that they addressed a few of the things that actually had confused me on the stream. Stuff like what runs on the server only or what runs on server and client, because we there was different ways to fetch data last time on when we did the stream, and it was not very clear what the best pattern is. Now it is. They've solved this simply by saying like look at these answers, right, or these questions right off the bat. These are all the answers that are questions they intend to answer using SvelteKit, and I think this is a good way of looking at it. Um, And I think maybe this is a good test for any meta framework, right? Like let's look at this list for a second. How do I structure my source code? Do we have an answer for that with solid start? Maybe, mostly. I guess. I think there's some flexibility there, but yeah, I think the answer is mostly. How do I add server side rendering? Yes. How do I add routing that works on the server and in the browser? Yes. How do I make client side routing accessible? That is good. Svelte could have that built in. That's a great feature. The answer to that is you have a area live section that updates, but I think that's a great one. I mean, that's part of the answer. There's more to the answer to that as well. You have to have tabbable selections like in order to do navigations and a number of other things. Actually, accessibility is a very challenging problem. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they handle that on best practices. How do I fetch data? Yes. How do I mutate data? Handle errors? Yes, 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 yes. How do I optimize? Yes. How do I handle environment variables sensibly and securely? Yeah, that's a good question. How do I CSP and yep. How do I add service workers and know what to cache? Yep. How do I prepare my application deployment? Okay. Yeah, SvelteKit does so by designed by real-world army of beta testers, many who've been running SvelteKit in production for some time. Exactly. I think it's valuable to have a long beta period like this. Remix basically did when they were closed sourced, and we just starting with solid. We're basically like a year and a bit behind the others. I think it's very valuable to, though. A lot of learning comes from this beta period. So people who are critical about this, I think, I, I mean, I don't think it's founded. I think you got to understand the amount of effort that goes into the framework. Like the core libraries, like Svelte or Solid, by comparison, are kind of a lot easier. Sure, they're a hard engineering problem from a mechanical optimization standpoint and like making sure that the primitives work, like from a design standpoint. But often it's these meta frameworks where the metal hits the road, or the rubber hits the road, so to speak. So a lot of these questions, when you're making the core framework, you're like, oh yeah, there's a solution for that, do something like that, but we're not actually the ones doing it. Now when you get to the meta framework zone, you are the ones doing it. So that's a big change up. Aside from performance, yeah, so talk about Next and Remix, talks about Astro. SvelteKit does things a little differently. Okay, let's see how SvelteKit is different. Unlike traditional MPA apps, defaults to client-side navigation after initial. Okay, yeah. So this is like, this part is the same as Next and Remix. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So they're just saying that they're not doing MPAs. It's funny though, that, like the framing, unlike traditional multi-page apps, or MPA frameworks. Actually, you know what? This is an improvement. I didn't catch the orbit yet. This is a good thing, because like MPA frameworks are also desirable in a different sense. So okay, so it's basically like we're not Astro, we're more like Next. Okay, unlike traditional server frameworks, it allows you to use one language. Yeah, okay, so very similar to reason for Next or Remix. Unlike static site generators, you can build apps with personalized dynamic data. Okay, right. Okay, so none of this is actually unique particularly, but look, okay, with Svelte you have flexibility. Many frameworks assume one correct way to build an app. Reality is more nuanced. It's not true. For example, pre-render. Okay, so this sounds like a jab at Remix a little bit. It's not true, for example, that pre-rendering static pages is a poor man's cache control. It also lets you do build time validation or render data from a file system that your edge function can't access, and acts as a hedge against flaky databases. It's not. Yeah, it's interesting. What do I feel about this? Because I do think pre-rendering is a form of caching. It's a scale. That being said, there's different types of caching, right? Like there's like, cache through, like, like, you know what I mean? Like there's stuff that happens on demand and stuff that you can trigger. So like, but yeah, I don't think it's fair to say that it's not like the browser cache and cache row headers is not the only type of caching you should be considering. G Felt's okay. So basically they're taking a stab here saying that they want to do SSG unlike Remix. So that's a Remix differentiator. In SvelteKit app, you can make these choices as granular as you need. Page you're looking at is pre-rendered, but REPL is rendered in Dynamics, switching to a single line of code. Yeah. And that's what they call transitional apps. Oh, that's weird. I don't like that definition, but I can't argue with it. Rich came up with the definition. Transitional apps is his thing. I'm glad that we don't have to fight over it, because I have no interest in transitional apps, I guess, from that definition. I mean, sure, you can do that, but like, I mean, do most solutions do this? Like, we haven't built this in Solid Start yet, but it's like like an hour away from adding. We just didn't bother doing this yet. It just, while I think the statement is true, I think like the Remix perspective works like 95% of the time. So like, just haven't got to that last 5%. But this is, do most frameworks like Next, like, I don't know this, I'm legitimately asking the chat here, do most frameworks like Next let you go, yeah, pre-render this page, don't pre-render this page? Or yeah, it's interesting seeing that transitional apps being about pre-rendering is weird. I don't know. That's not what I expected. Because like, if you actually go to Rich Harris's original talk, he's actually, when he's talking about transitional apps, and I realize you guys can't hear this right now, but when you get to the end of the talk, he's talking about Svelte as being transitional app, but then he he mentions other frameworks that are working in this zone, right? And he talks about React Server Components. He talks about Marco. He talks about Quick, and he talks about Astro. And all of these solutions, are not this. They're actually a partial hydration transition. So, okay, that's interesting. But let's move on from that. Because Svelte uses blah blah blah, fast hot module reloading. Yep, it's freaking awesome. TypeScript, roll up, blah blah blah. So I could do all this stuff. Awesome. Where can I deploy my apps? Of course, Vercel, Netlify, Cloudflare, Azure. Community provided adapters added support for Dino, Bun, Firebase. Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, and even adapter node. Yeah, and you can use adapter static. It turns into a static generator for any website, including GitHub pages. Yeah. No, honestly, SvelteKit was. Some people point to Solid Start and Remix. SvelteKit was our biggest influence. Not even close. Like, when I was sitting there at the beginning, even before like they really embraced Vite, and we were like all in a Vite, I just kept on like trying to reverse engineer SvelteKit's code and look at that. That was like the basis. The whole adapters, everything was like kind of looking at what SvelteKit had done. So big influence for me and for us with Solid Start. So it's awesome to kind of see that full picture come together. Yeah, and then bunch of thank yous. Okay. Yeah, I got to think about this. This is one of the hardest challenges that I've had talking about Solid Start or talking about SvelteKit or Remix or all these things. They're kind of like all the same. Like, obviously stuff like the experimental islands stuff that we're doing, and the server component stuff that Next is doing, that those are very, very different. But like, when you go and you go, okay, let's talk about these frameworks, it's kind of like you want your framework to be boring, because then like you don't have to worry about these decisions and everything just works. But it's like, I find it harder to sell it, because you're kind of like, yeah, we support progressively enhanced forms, and you're like, yeah, of course you do. Like that's a baseline now. You support, like, answering these questions now is just kind of the expectation. It's not and I think this is the challenge, because it's like talking about the unique value prop. It's like you and everyone else, right? So it's like, honestly, I'm having this problem with Solid Start myself. Like, everyone wants me to do some talks on Solid Start, and I'm just like, yeah, I mean, I kind of like keep on pulling myself over to the experimental stuff, because I'm like, yeah, this is my problem to solve, though. Maybe this is just my personality. Because it's just like, what do you want? You want something stable, something that works well and gives you all the tools you need. So I think this really delivers. It's just like, it's hard to. This is probably why I didn't do the stream. It's hard for me to get excited about that part as much right now, because I feel like we're on the precipice of something even bigger happening. I'm not saying Svelte is not on that road as well. It's just like SvelteKit 1.0, Solid Start 1.0. This is about filling that gap that we need to get our community and get people using it and actually get into real production apps and actually get ourselves out there. But things are changing. Let's keep on going. Oh, there's a what next at the end? It's the beginning, not the end. It's ready for production use today, but we're getting started. Romac was built in IN18. Awesome. Incremental static regeneration. Makes sense. Render control over deployment region. Sure. Image optimization. Yeah, definitely was playing around with that recently. Many other things. Next year, we'll also work on Svelte 4. More on that later. Yeah. don't have as far as selling community, blah, 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 subscribe. Okay. Yeah. 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 This is interesting because there's two things happening right now. The edge stuff, and I like, so like sometimes I'll like sit in a meeting, or maybe talk with some people at Netlify and talk about the edge and what we can do there. And there's like a whole range of optimizations that we can do on these platforms, and they're similar enough that we could probably deploy the same kind of optimizations across the different platforms like Cloudflare, Vercel, Netlify, and you talk about like handling better stuff like static regeneration and like more granular caches, and more control over deployments, and these kind of better stuff for like image processing and like that kind of layer of stuff. And you want your internationalization, your router, and like there's like, and like being able to like serve different like there's a whole range of stuff you can do with edge middleware, detection stuff, like built into these platforms that you can leverage and do incredible stuff. And then like on the complete other side, you have like what Marco, or our experimental branch, or Quick, and what they're doing. And like, yeah, man, there's a lot of really cool stuff, and it's like we'll see how it like all kind of comes in. But this is kind of like, there's like the right now there's, and it's happening even at a smaller ecosystem level. There's the bundle up, the build up, which like we're trailing React. Like Next is a leader there. We're always going to be trailing the big player in this game of bundling up, because it's a difference between the community sizes. And then there's like breaking down, splitting apart, changing the boundaries, changing what's possible, changing the way we develop, and architect our code. And it's very tricky when you're like on the smaller frameworks, less ecosystem, that have this capability to maybe take things to the next level, to prioritize between bundling up and like innovating in the space. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking forward to Svelte 4, because Svelte 4 is where that innovation is going to come from. I'm pretty sure on the Svelte side, there's a lot of potential in Svelte's compiler, and I think they're going to look at granular stores. I'm pretty sure. I think there's something missing there. I think they didn't need it because of what they were doing before, but the more ambitious they're getting, they're gonna need something like that to scale. So I'm very much looking forward to Svelte 4. I think I'm going to be very, very excited about that. I think meta frameworks are just not built for me. I think that's where we're at. Yeah, we need, this is kind of related to the V1 of solid start question, right? Okay, so similar thing. Ben did this great video here about progressive enhanced forms and why he thinks the Svelte versions are amazing. Do you know what? I put a challenge out there for people here. If you think your form solution is the awesomest for progressive enhanced forms, I want to remake to do MVC. I know to do MVC is a super simple thing. This is like, everyone sees me redo Hacker News over and over again. I want to remake to do MVC. And the reason I want to remake to do MVC is to do MVC is the simplest app like thing. Like if you think about it, the JS framework benchmark is to do MVC. Whereas like Hacker News is like a very simple like content site. Like whether you do the movies demo, you do Hacker News, it's like the same thing, And an e-commerce site might be like a Hacker News demo that has a cart that happens to be to do MVC. This is a very oversimplistic way of looking at stuff. But when determining not the full usage, but when looking at the mechanics of very simple elements of your system, I think these examples very quickly highlight whether they're sane. Like I still use to do MVC to this day, to essentially go like, do I like this framework? Because like I remember this to do MVC. Let me find the framework. Crank. Do you guys remember Crank JS? It was like an async generator thing that got rid of suspense to do, to do stuff. And yeah, I mean, this looks like it works fine. Okay, beautiful. And then I looked at their to do MVC example, and I was like, okay, what's going on? Okay, why are we mechanically adding event listeners? And our components are generator functions. Okay, I'm fine with that. Add event to key down, prevent default title trim. Okay, this looks kind of familiar from to-do examples. And then while true yield, what? Okay, that's fine. Doesn't this header render once, or does it render multiple times? I guess every time the title changes. Okay. Add these event listeners. Okay. This is a lot of event listeners. And now we're doing this in yield. And this might be a completely unfair look at it. Like, while this is a React like framework with JSX, I immediately was like, I couldn't picture myself authoring like this. This dot refresh, and then I don't know why they chose to use events like this or communication, but when I saw this, I was just like, you know what, this is probably not for me. And I like the concept of Crank a lot, and I'm not here to criticize on it. I just wanted to point out that to do MVC is still like essentially, like a benchmark in terms of getting that first look and understanding of what's going on. I see no. Well, that's the funniest thing. Mark Bansky or whatever, the guy from Front End Masters, he rewrote the vanilla version, right? And it was like 600 lines of code, really well written, really clean with modern JavaScript. And you look at that and you're like, for something as simple as to do MVC, yeah, man, like vanilla, like it's sweet, like, and like it's not about being the best example, right? It's about finding the smallest unit that you can compare on to look at it. And I think we should put to do MVC up to the test. Like, if you're going to tell us that with your progressively enhanced forms we can build apps, well, show me to do MVC, because honestly, like, yeah, what I miss from two is auth. Yeah, but auth is the next level. Like that, like after the hacker news, yeah, there's probably needs to be an auth level thing, because that's a routing question, and like authentication and like that kind of thing, context. Like, that's when you start into global stores and all that. First two stages is content site, hacker news, CRUD like operation to do MVC essentially, right? So Kent C. Dodds made this version for Remix. It's 3 months last commit, so it's out of date, and he set up some like a database and entry and stuff. But I think this is like should be our gold standard here when we're looking at what we should do for a to-do app. So in the route, there's a to-dos thing, and there's an outlet in it. Why is there an outlet? This is funny. I didn't realize that. Okay, but okay. So here's the header footer. This is, if you look at this JSX, this is your typical JSX for a to-do app. It only takes that much. I mean, I can pull out like the stock one that I used, like super tight, small to-do MVC that I used for the comparison of all the frameworks. I'll just use the solid one for a second. But like, if you go into here and look at the JSX, it looks almost identical to the Remix one. Like, this is all the HTML or JSX you need. This is the whole to-do MVC in solid using a signals version. Or no, actually, no, this is using a store version. All right, I'm using store. Interesting. Doesn't really matter. This wasn't the one that I actually used. I used the signals version for the comparison. But so there, everyone was the same. But what I'm getting at is, like, this is your JSX, right? What's cool about the Remix one is it's also handling progressive enhancement, and it's also handling some errors and stuff, which most of them don't have that much, for. But what's interesting to me is, the reason I like this example is because it has optimistic updates, right? So you can see stuff in here like optimistic to-dos remain and no to-dos, and like class name, like it shows like how there's optimistic stuff playing into like all complete is optimistic to-dos remain and remaining active length equals, like, essentially it's using the optimistic updates to kind of figure out some extra logic to render the UI. And I actually didn't look at the Svelte kit and version. Maybe we should take a look. Does the Svelte kit forms have optimistic updates? Or what is svelte.dev? Svelte kit. Yeah, sorry, I can get bigger text. Let's look here. forms. Or actually, maybe we should turn the word optimistic. Optimistic? No? Because honestly, optimistic updates are the best part of what Remix is doing. I've said that multiple times. I don't really like. I mean, we could do it without it, but let's see what. Okay, nice named actions. I love this. See, they can export multiple. That's one of the reasons we went with the API choice for Solid Start. Okay, so blah blah blah. Do the action stuff. You get the page data and the action data. Okay. Okay, so we get back form success. Yes. We get back errors. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Handling redirects. That's cool. Loading after mutation. That makes sense. Progressive enhancement. Yeah, sure. Apply action. Sure. Custom event listeners. Yeah. Huh. Okay. I wonder. Hmm. I mean, this is actually why I want to. I think it might be worth building this to do example with the optimistic updates. Because actually, I think if you went back to core React with it or core Solid, it might actually be as complicated as this remix example. Like complicated. Like the reason I'm saying this complicated is first of all, there's all this combination of optimistic logic, which is sweet. But then like what I'm getting at is here's okay. This one makes sense. You know, whenever you have a toggle fetcher form, so this is how you toggle the checkbox. There's going to be a form in each list item. If we go down, okay, the footer has some filters. These are links, so they work fine. But there's a clear fetcher form, and then each list item also has a form to toggle if you're going to check it or update it. So, you know, delete, so there's a whole bunch of forms here to simulate for that. And then essentially the key big one is when you start typing, you actually have multiple in flight requests going when you have the optimistic update turned on. And the way that this remix example does that is in here, there's a new to-do IDs map where each one has a create input that is generally hidden, I guess. Well, it's not like the current one, like when it's not the new one. So they make a bunch of hidden forms and that correspond with each, like even though it looks like one input field, it's actually creating a hidden form and then has multiple in-flight actions because you have multiple copies of the form on your page. And then they're able to, at the end of the list, not only iterate over the forms that are present, but also over the ones that are in flight, so you can see them both. To-dos to render. What's to-dos to render? My guess is to-dos to render is to-dos plus optimistic to-dos put together. See? So essentially they're creating multiple forms on the fly as you're doing these multiple in-flight to-dos. And this is basically the mechanism. This is why I want to recreate this, because I think it's simpler without forms, but I think there's a lot of hidden logic here. People don't realize how much this is saving them in a certain way. And I think it would be interesting to see a comparison between this example built in like remix version, built in SvelteKit, and built in Solid Start. I made a very simple version in Solid Start. Start. And I have to admit that I don't have all the error validation logic that the remix one has in there. So I need to update it a bit. But This example was really big for me to kind of figure out. We're back to one file again, but essentially, I really kind of started thinking about like how to handle like here's all that logic around the remaining count and like the optimistic updates. Like if you know, it'd be interesting to see if there's what the Svelte kit equivalent would be for completely progressively enhanced optimistic updated to do MVC app, because I think that should be the kind of gold standard. Like I did this and I was like, I got this app to here and I was like, you know what, I accept this, but I have to admit it took me a long time, almost like 2 or 3 weeks during the summer. I just was not happy with getting this example to work in a way that I liked. So um, yeah, let's like let to do MVC decide for us. All right. Yeah. No, Elm, it looks so awesome in these kind of scenarios. So yeah, okay. What else we got here? Apparently, Twitter has removed Twitter Spaces feature. I don't know if this is true, but this has me alarmed because we have a event tomorrow with Misko, Fred, myself, Daniel Rowe, a whole bunch of us are actually supposed to be doing a space talking JavaScript frameworks tomorrow at I think 12:30 Pacific time. So yeah, I hope there's more to this. It's back. Okay, sweet. Because that was just like really random. All right. What else do I want to talk about here? Okay, yeah, we got a couple ones. It's funny. We featured Devin last week after the Better React conversation, and then this week he came back with something completely opposite. And it's funny because last week he's like, we should all bet on Quick because Quick's doing something that no one else can do, which is a good take. This week he came back and he's like, we should all bet on Solid. I think we should just take both threads and then just like be like and put them in their entirety. But I wanted to showcase this one today just because I showcased the other one last week. So what does he got here? Let's see, is this the thread? I think it's a really interesting question. Could Quick apps work with JavaScript disabled? Could Quick be implemented without a virtual DOM? My bet is Solid will ultimately be the winner. React is good for apps. Solid is better for apps. Leading software companies create apps like Twitter where they have long-lasting sessions. I suspect completely removing VDOM is the hardest part of this equation. I actually suspect he's right. But I think resumability is also a very hard equation. I think the problem is that both of those hard problems make the combination of those ideas even harder. I think once Ryan figures out good network terms like how to resolve it, it's basically game over. I think it depends on what our goals are. Because it might get resumability. Not sure if want that lazy loading stuff, which is probably the more breaking thing. I'm seeing someone's asking, is the target domain a solid start or solid itself? To work like Quick, it would have to be solid. But I think resumability would have to be solid. I think resumability is a responsibility of the renderer. It's like someone came to me and was like, oh, when will Astro get resumability? I'm like, no, Astro doesn't get resumability. It's not within its wheel part. Resumability is like it's someone will get on my case for calling it hydration, but it's not hydration in the classic sense, but it falls in the same domain. Like you are resumable or you are replayable, but it's that responsibility is completely on the renderer and the underlying framework. It is not a responsibility of the meta framework. You have to build it in. You can't just like add resumability to some like to React or something, like you have to build it in. But okay, let's keep on going here. Also, what kind of apps does software do you want to work on? Some will care a lot about flatter learning curve and accessibility to lower end devices and with bad connectivity. They'll go with remix. Sure. I'd love to work on monoliths like Gmail, blah, 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 blah. Okay. For these monoliths, Solid is a clear winner. It's not just faster render performance. It's also less JavaScript, newer ecosystem, less garbage, VDOM, less model. Okay, yes. Okay. Remix is great for apps where the user has a clear objective. Yeah, okay. Okay. Today, Quick is great for any monolith that also cares about initial page loading. Yes. Like Google search, blah, 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 blah. I think it's easy for Solid Quick to copy what they want from Remix. Very, very true. But it's hard to choose between Quick and Solid. Yeah. Okay, good. Well, he leveled it out at the end because at the beginning he said that's Solid. For me, the difference is Solid Quick. It's a support for React components. Yeah. I don't know how much this actually matters, but we'll see. And Solid's focused on client-side rendering performance. This one's always interesting for me because I guess it's architecturally concerned with client-side rendering performance, but it's like something that we haven't really touched much in about 5 years. I've spent like literally the last 3 years working on SSR, but yeah, I think the I think it's an interesting take, but I think the convergence is actually difficult. So I just want to stop on this thread for a minute because I think it's an interesting question because I do see where this perspective comes from, but I also see a certain range that like I don't know if Solid ever goes all the way to where Quick is. So I don't know if this statement is true, like the game over, but I think it might be interesting to see how good certain ranges are where Solid's benefits are impressive enough or make sense enough that not going the full way doesn't matter. I think that's interesting. But the only thing about this that I ultimately, because I said I wanted to look at both takes because like they're both fair and we put them together is was it npm downloads? How do we look at npm trends? Let's look at npm trends. Do you know how little any of this matters? Um, let's do this. Okay, so let's. What do we want? We want Solid.js, right? Okay, sweet. We've been having a pretty good run recently, right? And we're being compared to Quick, right? Okay. Let's do. What is it? Builder IO. What is it? At Builder IO/Quick. Right. What is it? Quick. Okay, it's just Quick. Sweet. It's even better. Quick. Okay. Right. Is that that's not right? Is it? Damn it. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. No, that can't be. No, this is not right. Where are we? That's like the create quick command. I want the actual like it's not going to be in here. Sorry. This is bugging me a little bit. It doesn't really I don't actually need quick to show what I want to show here, but I want to I'm trying to do a scaling example here. So whatever open. Oh, it's not on this computer. I'm like going to install their starter just to find the actual quick. Maybe I can. Will I be able to like find it in the? Yeah. Okay. There we go. At builder.io/quick. There we go. Thank you. Like that's way better. There we go. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Right. So we play this game, right? Where we start talking about NPM trends, right? And then as you go up this scale, who would be next? Maybe something like Inferno. Right. Right. And then what's next after Inferno? Lit. Oh man, I'm not. Why don't I know lit? Okay, doesn't matter. Let's go bigger. Let's go Preact. Right. I mean, us competing with each other doesn't matter here. You know what I mean? Like this narrative of us competing. Let's keep on. Okay, sorry. Where's lit? Okay, yeah. So there's lit. There's preact. Let's keep on going. What's next? Svelte. Watch it happen again. Okay. Oh, damn it. Svelte screwing our graphs over because of stupid spike. Man, I really dislike whoever did that. Um, fine. Jump to view. Oh, view's got the stupid spike too. Man, this is. Angular and Vue are almost identical. Here we go. Okay, so we just keep on zooming out, and then we get to React. Like, my point is like, us talking about who's gonna win down here on the floor is so meaningless because you're sorry. Inferno, Solid, and Quick are basically a flat line here at the bottom in comparison. Then you get like Lit, and you get like Preact, and Svelte is actually around Lit and Preact range as well. And then you get up to like Vue and Angular, and then you end up at React. Like we're talking just like this is just not. Yeah, yeah. Those someone's asking where the spikes are coming from. Yeah, automated tools, almost positive. There were I talked about a few weeks ago. We were like, I was yeah. There was some CI thing I think that just spiked Svelte and spiked Vue like way past React just for like a day. Let me see where. Let's see if I can get Svelte in here just to show you how silly this is. Look, for like a 20 for a couple day period, Svelte got to be the highest, and then let's put Vue in. I think it happened like right after. Yeah. Oh, Vue still on the thing? It's funny because some people are like, maybe the traffic's real. No, like, no, this is. Oh man, the problem is like this doesn't help anyone. It just screws up all our numbers. Yeah, yeah. We're yeah. Let me clean up a few of the big ones just to get them out of the way. Svelte, it's not, but let's clean up React and probably Preact and Angular. And get back into a zone where we're like this. So we're asking about Astro. Is that the right one? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because Astro and Solid always have pretty close numbers. Yeah, that looks about right. And then 11T. You don't know what 11T's package is. Is it 11T? Yeah. Interesting. I don't know what the core package is. But yeah, 11T might be bigger. I don't know, but I know like a lot of us are like in here, right? Like, um, yeah. Like if you look over the 5-year trend, like over a longer period, there's been CI spikes in the past. Like look at these Inferno ones. Like you can see that things generally kind of slowly head up, right? So like someone who thinks that this is not a yeah. Anyway, okay. Oh, okay. At 11D, 11D at 11 or 11T 11T. Learn how to spell Ryan. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So 11D is right there with Solid and Astro, right? Inferno. right? So yeah, I mean, actually, I wonder if the solid and astro curves are correlated. Like it looks like we really kind of went up steep at about the exact same time. But my point is like it just these kind of conversations are interesting to have, kind of a hypothetical standpoint, but don't take them too seriously because literally we aren't even like a sliver on what's going on. I don't know. All right, let's go into here. I just wanted to pull out this comment because I'm just always impressed with how well Dan Abramoff responds to things. And so I just wanted to put this one on. Realizing I know React pretty well by now, what do I do with all this information? Maybe a stripped down version of React called React Lite to address the rise of Solid.js, or a flavor with memorized DOM and new compiler to address Svelte. I feel like React being industry standard is never going away, but it also sold developer. I always use Svelte. Not sure what you mean by React Lite, but would not be a React if it was like Solid. React and Solid significantly different models. Both React and Solid teams happen to be very fond of our respective approaches. As for memorizing compiler is something the team is exploring. Just funny, like someone's like React Lite already exists. It's Preact. It just I just wanted to highlight this little one again because like as silly as this seems, these are real narratives that I hear over and over and over and over and over again. I feel for Dan. He's so patient with his answers and so clear with them. I just wanted that one caught my eye for a second. But here's actually an interesting question, and we came up a little bit earlier in the stream, and I want to kind of talk about this for a second. I'm really confused about what people want. Do meta frameworks like Next, Solid, Start become your whole app like Rails and can do everything from APIs to HTML, or will people still want standalone APIs or APIs focused frameworks? This is a really interesting question, because I think the answer to this, like when I was working on Solid Start, I was like always like, of course, people build their own standalone APIs because they're going to want to build, like mobile apps and whatnot. But I think there's a DX expectation, and React's kind of setting the bar, especially with stuff like React Native, that people secretly just want like Expo and Next to just like merge together, and then they have this crazy. And this is small scale. Large scale, you're always going to end up breaking it out again. This is the truth. But like for people just getting started and they want to handle everything, they want to like there's this movement to make things as monolithic as possible. Like put your React Native app in your React app. And I think I this is why I supported this stuff with like Solid Start, because like I was very skeptical because I was like, I kind of just like, don't you build your API separately if you want to support anything? Well, these things have to go through phases, and we are back at the monoliths. Monoliths don't scale, but I think it's interesting because I think there's an interesting scaling mechanism here that we have to think about. And as long as we scale the right way, we have the ability to kind of do more than we think or realize. And what I want to talk about here for a moment is this pattern that I've seen on the way things scale in general. Because and I have no clue how I'm going to draw this. I just opened the Scala draw just because I wanted to bring up this point because I see this over and over and over again. Because like generally there's two types of scaling, right? There's vertical scaling and horizontal scaling, and usually you start with something small, like a little box. This is you, right? And then everyone knows that horizontal scaling is really complicated, because what horizontal scaling looks like is if I took this box and went crazy with it, and this was like, we're gonna just like make a little collage of these boxes over here, right? Right? So let's put some text here. Horizontal scaling. Whereas vertical scaling looks more like this usually. It looks a little bit like this. Right? Someone's gonna tell me I have vertical and horizontal mixed up, but whatever. It doesn't matter. One scaling works like this, one scaling works like this. And I find this in almost all things of engineering because I've been in this zone where I've had to make the choice. Like you start with this, and then I worked at a startup where they're like, we're going to eventually get here, so let's go straight here, right? And we did everything with microservices, and we made tons of what are they called, like nano machines on AWS, and like we're just like, let's just jump over it. It's funny, but like classically other platforms like this is more the classic path where people are like, this is easier to do, right? But everyone knows eventually you're going to go here. But going from here to here sucks. Can I put that? Sucks. Like it's usually the problem with this is it's like it's hard to break apart something that you just like made bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, we are pulling apart our monolithic. It's painful. Yeah, this sucks. Both of these, this is going this way is, what should I call this? Unnecessary complexity. Like way unnecessary complexity when you're dealing in this, right? And this is like, oh, I'm trying to think of what to call this, but this just like happens naturally, like when you do nothing. Like this scenario is not like a one size. Like I worked for a company where we did this, and then literally like we had a small team, and I actually we kind of reverted and did this a whole bunch, because we were just like, screw it. We were trying to scale for something that we never reached, and we wouldn't be reaching for years. See, because part of the thing is what you say is there's and the reason I want to show this is because there's a mentality out here, and I kind of agree with going this direction and acknowledging that this sucks from the perspective is you kind of want to stay here as long as you can. Like going over here is like, oh, I need micro front ends. I need microservices. If something has micro in the front of it, you probably know it's trouble. Um, but like if you're like do nothing like and try and stay here as long as you want, you eventually end up here. And I see this happen over and over and over again. And it's because and like this conversation comes up multiple ways in different forms. Like even going back to the Theo Alex Russell debate, I felt this sort of scenario again because it's like, um, he's like, you should start with a performance oriented mentality. This is something that adds unnecessary complexity at the beginning and makes your job harder, but you'll be happier when you get somewhere. Whereas like the other thing is like, just do what's easy and get the product to A to B, because you're never going to get here if you don't get there. You see a parallel between this and like the if you don't get to where you need to get to, um this last move doesn't make, like this is like premature optimization, so to speak. But I think it's really important to recognize that almost in all these cases there's this pattern, right? Like you can basically, and quite often what happens in this pattern is the smaller things you end up at the end up resembling the thing you started with the most. You actually going this way doesn't usually look like this. It usually looks like like I don't know, maybe we should do something here like round the corners. Let me see if I see if I can select this one. Maybe we should like round the corners or change the gradient fill and like maybe, yeah, can I make the line sloppier? Maybe round the edges, maybe change the color slightly to like this color. Like usually it's more like this. So like this transforms into this over time if you do nothing. And then when you go back, you end up having to like go back to more of these. And yeah, I mean, there's lots of reasons for that. What's cool about vertical, like when I talk about vertical, sorry, it's vertical horizontal. God, scaling. What's cool about vertical scaling is often, I mean, don't get me wrong, like when I say vertical, it's not just the vertical horizontal scaling, it's this category thing. Usually things in this category you can solve for a long time by just throwing more money at it because you don't have to add complexity. You just go make the machine bigger, right? Like you can ride this out longer than you'd expect. I understand you can throw more money and make more machines, but I'm saying is usually you can get pretty far by just throwing more money at this as well. So you can ride this way longer than you might think. And honestly, in this zone, you might be pretty happy because this zone will give you a whole bunch of headaches. But yes, and the choice of this technology is an example of that kind of choice, right? Do you use MongoDB or you use Postgres? And with the thing, Mongo scales horizontally, right? But when you're here and if you're not using Mongo right, like Mongo kind of sucks too sometimes. I use Mongo you got to bet when I was in this company that went like this, we 100% use Mongo, or DynamoDB or whatever. Like we were like, of course, but it kind of was like a crappy decision. We actually ended up pulling more and more back into Postgres over time. Like this the reason I'm showing this is because I think that this happens over and over and over again at many levels with many types of architecture. And this is just something you have to understand is that like doing this is not necessarily right. You kind of want to stay on this as long as you can. And essentially like acknowledge that you will probably do this one day. But you can try and be smart about it. You can look at when you're doing this and maybe like do a hybrid, like horizontal scale where it makes sense, or, or you can like make sure that each piece here stays somewhat divided so you can break it apart later. Like there's preventative measures you can do to a certain degree and keep that in mind. But I just wanted to show this because when you come into this equation, generally there's always this choice. And I think what's interesting is some people mentioned this earlier. Do things like edge functions change this? Because like if you remove the unnecessary complexity here to go across the bottom, you may have just won. Like you can just circumvent this whole tree. The problem is to understand that there is this unnecessary complexity, right? So at any given point in time, prepare for horizontal scaling, but vertical scale as much as you can. Exactly. That's probably what you do. This is why like Theo has his whole philosophy on like how easy he can throw stuff away. That's like the biggest thing he values because he knows he doesn't want to go over into complexity land. He wants to stay here as long as he can. Give me TRPC, give me, these solutions that are baked, that. But like when you're sitting here and you're like, you start evaluating on like how easy you can break it apart or throw it away. And I think I think this is just kind of important dynamic because when I think about meta frameworks, it's kind of the same thing. When I look at Remix or I look at Next or Solid Start and stuff, I'm like, I know I'm building this. I've built this before. I've built this before. I've built all of these before. I know that I'm building this. I feel for the people who are looking at this. I feel for the people who are looking at this as well. But right now I'm building this because we all start here. And I'll try and give you as many tools to be able to do this, but you're gonna have to be smart about it. It's even meta frameworks, like have to account for the potential of eventually going here. Are we talking front end, switch to back end? Well, the thing is, this conversation is front of the back end. We have to talk about it because it is back end, right? It's full stack. It's these monoliths, right? So like I've seen some terrible, terrible monolithic systems that are too large, like stuff built on old, um, .NET stuff. Like there's a reason microservices take off, but the problem is that once like big companies use them, every startup is like, yeah, I need microservices and micro front ends, and you're like, man, that is a terrible decision when you have a team of 5 people. Like really bad decision. And um, I think that it's helpful to just kind of see it kind of like in this kind of scope of how these things progress and where it goes, because then you could start doing, you might be able to identify technologies where you can remove this unnecessary complexity. See, I think Edge, for example, makes this line in this particular case simpler. But going back to Dax's question, when I'm talking about the problem with my diagram here is I made all the boxes the same color and the same homogeneous. The reality is that this also includes a few other colors in here as well. I'm like not showing that as well as I should be. So like essentially the API question, this this isn't a clear cut thing. The reason I want to show this is because I think us, the meta framework provider's job, only really extends here, and then with hints of how to go here and how to go here. This is beyond the responsibility. Our only concern is getting people started, because this is going to depend on company size. It's going to depend on company makeup, organizational, Conway's law, whatever you want to look at. And all we can do is give a solution that gives you all the pieces that you could go either way. This is why I love the concepts chapters. Yeah. But it's not just like the adapters. The adapters about the deployment. I'm talking about the actual architecture of the whole app. Like CellKit is one of these remix, next, solid start kind of things where we're just giving you enough that you can scale vertically if it makes sense for you, or hopefully bail out and go into horizontal scaling if you want to. This is very important in solid start's design as well. That's why we did everything so primitive and so granular, because we really wanted to be able to rip that shit out. Sorry, like just like go this way if you need to. Like just these are now just web servers, right? And I think that's like I think that I don't know if this answers Dax's question, but I think both are relevant, and that essentially, yeah. What are some of these answers? I think the big problem with monolithic approach to JS is slow. Blah blah blah. I think metaframeworks with backend is builder optional the best. Too many good DX opportunities. Whole app includes some form of governance. Blah blah blah. Form databases system. He's great responses. Starting up, build a monolith as long as possible. As you scale, easily break into existing feed separate. Yes, thank you, Brandon. Wait, this guy has some experience that he built Blitz. Okay. Yeah. See, you know what the problem is? The API server approach was essentially one of these where, like, to get started, you needed an API server. Like before you did anything, you're like, here, build a web server and API server. We didn't need to start here with less boxes. I think this monolithic flip is just letting people do this approach again. Because for a long time, we were like, let's just start here with less boxes. Like, even though this is purple, we're really already over here. And you should add green because that's your API service. And you should add red for your authentication service. And you know what I mean? Like, I think modular composition design is important at system level, but I think at every point you get to make the decision of what kind of approach you're going to take to scaling, because different systems have different life cycles and different needs. Yeah. So, I mean, this takes knowledge to make the right decision. Too many people will just follow this path into oblivion, um, which is like the Alex Russell Theo conversation about use React everywhere or whatever. By building this, are we tying our hands by saying like you could go either way? I mean, we're not preventing anyone from doing something. Are we encouraging bad behavior? I don't think so. I think it should be clear how to get out of it if you need to, at least from the beginning. The problem is that a lot of people will layer stuff on top of here that'll make it harder to get out later. And that's just the nature of the beast. And I don't know if there's much we can do about it, but it's definitely something I think about. Okay. I think good on that topic. Let's talk about this one. Is this the last one that I wanted to talk about today? Probably. Oh no, I want to talk Astro. Let's do this and then we'll talk about Astro release. I think this is I love Ryan Florence's spicy takes are like I don't know what his batting rate is for me personally, but like sometimes he's so on and sometimes you're just like, man, that's but this is one of my this was one that I think he's on because sometimes you make decisions to kind of guide people and it ends up guiding them to the exact place you don't want to go. So Ryan Flores said React 18 calling use effector use memo twice on mount in dev to make components concurrent mode safe is ironically making people do exactly what they don't want them to, assign stuff in rest during render. I was talking to someone about this being a psychological thing because basically, even if this makes you clean up your effects or make no side effects in your use memo and make things clean and pure, and that's what it's supposed to encourage, no one likes seeing that network request go across the wire twice or like see that side of web connection socket connected and disconnected twice. It's really discouraging or disheartening as like a developer when you're like trying to like trust the stability. And even if you know it's there, seeing it twice erodes on that on like trust at a certain level. And I think it's good that he called this out because like he's right. You can hack around it using refs or like hoist it or do stuff. And maybe you should hoist it in a lot of cases, but this is a really easy solution that messes with stuff in a way that they don't want. Originally, concept would use React or simply the hard one was this. Then hooks traded this for object identity, idempotency, and lexical scope, all which generally forgiving. Trick mode is completely unforgiving. We trade forgiveness for concurrent rendering. Yeah, that's an interesting progression, right? It's almost like React hooks are too loose at first. And they did that to make the adoption easier, and now we're paying for it. Why do I feel like it's like this graph again? Okay, let's move on. Is concurrent rendering worth it? Okay, so this goes deeper. I didn't actually read this. I only read the beginning here, and I was like, "You're on, Ryan. That makes sense." This also makes sense. Is concurrent rendering worth it? Ooh. I love the idea of input that filters a complex list and have the UI immediately responds always instead of the main thread being blocked. Sometimes the UI not really should care. I don't know if that all this is worth it. Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, this part I didn't really care about. Or big calendar UI, you want to click the next month button quickly and not have the thread blocked and see active state and the button persist 3 minutes after mouse is blocked because you input render. This I think is sweet. If I had any fear of the routine, it would be to show the value here to people are struggling. Before we'd optimize a component here and there and with a memo and should component update. Now it's like you have to optimize your entire app so a few cases are automatically optimized. And that's interesting point of view. This is when I'm talking about like I don't criticize the VDOM from a rendering performance standpoint, but I wonder about the way that it forces everything into the single piece that you're basically stuck with this level of optimization consideration. And this is very much true, right? And I'm guilty of this like all the time. So like I think it's interesting, right? Because like we spend a lot of time as framework authors trying to figure out like how we can guide people to where we want them to go. Because like I see this in Solid. So I'm working on Solid 2.0 a little bit right now, starting on the reactivity again. And there's certain cases that I'm like, we were way too permissive. We should have been stricter. We should have guarded and helped people do the right patterns. And then there's other places where I'm like, we can't do that. It's escape hatch. And we, in fact, we should actually loosen things up even more here. But making those choices and figuring out what makes sense is tricky, and we can be wrong and stuff can shift. And the repercussions of that is actually significant. Man, you're on fire. Yeah. I don't know if you remember this about maybe we weren't around the stream back then, but like about 6 months ago, someone figured out how to get two-way binding working in Solid. I don't get me wrong, I literally did everything I thought I could to prevent people from using two-way binding. But what they managed to do was feed a getter setter pair into our props object so that it wouldn't transform, and then they would control the getter setter. And then because our stuff just functions, like that's all you need in Solid to get two-way binding work. And obviously the syntax was just horrendous because you're like writing getter setter props and but they did it. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah. So yeah, I can definitely identify with that. I remember when I retweeted that, I was like, yep, this is a thing. So I think the thing is, both of these demos that he's talking about, React showed at the hooks, or at the he said put the value here, and both of these demos were React Iceland in March 2018. Dan's presentation showed an input field with the search, and then he showed the moving between a couple pages like in a movie app or something. So if we understand this as the value, what value, how do we show this to other developers beyond that? Dan's answer: are strict mode docs helpful? Like how to fix bugs and this? And I actually think the answer to this is no. I think this is a psychological thing. Even knowing this doesn't make it any better. I said why it does it, and I said, okay, here we go. I'm just seeing a lot of folks attempting to dance around the eager bug detection. I don't have solid feedback. Just noticing the programming model reactive found stuff is very difficult to many people now. Oh, the tweet's been deleted. That can't be right. I think he's right. Is there more to this thread? I mean, we should keep this for all preservation. Ryan Florence deleting a tweet is not unheard of. So, I generally wonder if concurrent rendering is worth the cost. Twitter's dying. Yeah, don't refresh. Seems like other ways to deal with the user typing to input and updating the screen immediately requiring all this. I don't think things we're trying to detect here have much to do with concurrent rendering. The bugs I'm seeing are catch are usually actual bugs that would occur in other circumstances. He's right about this. It's actually enforcing React's render model. It's just really feel bad when you can experience that in the side effects. Like if you're writing code that you feel is outside of React's model and then it's running twice, it's like you want to punch something. Yeah, I mean, Dan's trying to explain it, but this isn't something you explain. This is something you feel. He's right. It detects bugs. Yeah, I think I don't like this thing about concurrency. I think Ryan is conflating them in the wrong way. Yeah, he mentioned the fact that Ryan Florence was showing off how he could use transitions to hydrate without blocking the main thread. I haven't seen this actually affect performance in a meaningful way, mostly because hydration. Yeah, I don't know, but it is interesting. Okay, yeah. So, is this all just positioning Preact? Okay, let's step back here and be skeptical of people's intentions. Is this all a matter of positioning Preact as being good enough as React's successor? Like use Preact with Remix or something like that. I don't think so, because I think this is a legit pain. I feel it. Like I said, this is a feeling thing. This isn't a thinking thing. But if someone was skeptical, they might come to that conclusion here. That, but the truth matters. I think some members of the Remix team and React's vision have been in amount of conflict for a couple years now. So I don't think it's like a political thing as much as like maybe we just naturally end up here because of how long these two sides haven't been seeing eye to eye. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is like one of those kind of situations, because like I don't think this is, yeah, this is an interesting thing. I think maybe this is just a really feel bad feature. Like it's not about, because he's right. This doesn't have to do with concurrency. Like I remember Theo tripped on this on stream when he said like I suck at React, and um, his assumption was that something in React had changed, and obviously this is because strict mode showcased it. But the truth of the matter was like fundamentally he was missing some information on how React worked that he didn't need to operate to use React quite effectively. But he didn't know something about how it always worked, and strict mode like succeeded at teaching him that lesson. So in a sense, like from a framework author or Dan perspective, you're like, it did exactly what it was intended to do. But like, I think even when you know about it, it feels bad. That's an interesting place to be in. I mean, yes, with concurrent rendering, I agree on this statement, but this is not just about concurrent rendering. Like, like this actually highlights like how hooks work. But yeah, I think this is interesting because every time you look at concurrent rendering, especially time slicing, you're like, is there a different way? I actually had this conversation with Milo this week because, you know, there's a real cost to considering it. And I'm still convinced, even if I'm not convinced on time slicing, I'm still very much convinced that concurrency is still something that belongs in the framework rather than something that you kind of build on top, like in the router. Like you could use the router and you could simulate like the page load story. But it's an interesting thing because in other cases I've made different decisions, like server components. In React, it's very fundamental, whereas we built server components into Solid Start as a router feature. To me, that made sense. But async knowledge and consistency as part of the framework, I feel like is something that is very much in the like core libraries purview, and something we have to like think about. Yeah, and this is an interesting design thing. I actually generally like putting little barriers in, or like even I was talking about like enforce, like you can make solid signals have that getter setter split, but you could like clearly make a primitive that passes them down together. But having that little thing is like very suggestive. It's like, hey, the store and the set store are separate. You know what I mean? Like if I'm trying to pass them together, I have to pass it twice. Like there's this little bits of friction, which then go kind of prompt different sorts of patterns. And I think that's really important. Defaults do matter. But like, and even if they're painful, it's okay. But like, so like I identify with a lot here. I think the challenge here with the strict mode is it doesn't feel like when you see the split on create store or create signal, it's a library and you're like, oh, stupid library. This is painful. I'd rather it work the other way. But you blame the library and you look at it and you're just like, you compartmentalize it as like, okay, it's this convention. I'll work with it the way they think makes sense, or I'll work around it, or I'll deal with it, and you do it. But the problem with the strict mode thing is I think people feel like this is my code. You did this to me. Like it's not like the library anymore. It's like my code is running twice. First of all, like you might not know and be like gets hung up on like what's going wrong and think it's a bug. But even after you know it, there's this like psychological thing that reacts messing with your code, and a library should never do that. Like I think that's the root of this. That like it's not just like guardrails. It feels like it's messing with you. And I don't know. I don't have enough. I don't have like a psychology degree. I don't have enough understanding and building products and stuff to know if there's like a name for this or something. But I feel like they've stumbled into something, especially because, as Ryan said, where's the good benefit trade off? The problem was React 18 came out and gave us this one great feature, the double console logging or the double running of effects. Like the strict mode change was like the only tangible value people felt like they got from React 18 until Next was released. So like there's a real disconnect between the value and the pain, and it's like it feels like it's messing with you, right? Like it's the code you feed into React. When I say like when I'm in, yeah, I mean messing with your mental model, I'm okay with. I think people should learn React properly, and if that helps with the mental model, I think all for it. I think it's more that like it's like the code, it messes with the code you write, like the routines you write. It's not like it prevents you from writing code a certain way. You can still write it that way, and then it's like it's yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting conversation with Ryan and Dan here. I think concurrent is still undersold or understood, but it is very tempting to kind of back down from it and be like, hey, like especially in fine grained reactive systems, there's a lot of it's very easy to simulate stuff that you do in concurrent mode or like concurrent rendering, like stuff like the multi-tab thing, without um without like resorting to performance loss, because you can do it fine grained. You can like pause and resume where you need to, and you can do that. The thing is, I think the I think what it forces you to do is more awkward. I think you have to like hoist stuff more, and you have to like control it more. But the thing is, routing already hoists everything, so there's an argument there. Like I always talk about like clicking to the next tab, and still showing the existing tab. Like, how do you render both tabs? Well, the router can render both tabs at the same time without like you doing anything. But how do you make the tab not update? Well, that means you have to delegate to the router to handle the tab, for that one specific case. Like read the state off the URL or something like that. You know what I mean? And so there are solutions, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. And because of the way fine-grained reactivity works, you don't pay the cost of like re-rendering in these situations. So technically speaking, there's no actual. It's actually a very efficient way, but I think the authoring is awkward. I actually think the way that stuff like suspense and transitions work and the way they delegate is actually very elegant. Um, and it and I think for stuff like async, I don't think it's okay just to push it into the domain of like orchestrating libraries. But you know, maybe like when someone makes like the pre-act version of Solid, they'll do that and talk about how much simpler it is. All right. I think that's good on that topic. I guess the last thing for us to do here is look at the new Astro release. What's going on with Astro? All right. How are we doing? Okay. Minor release. Experimental pre-render API. Deploy an Astro server without sacrificing the speed of cacheable static. Pre-render API allows you to statically pre-render specific pages at build time. Someone was asking about this. So SvelteKit is not the only ones who do this. This is, as I said, this is the challenge with a lot of the meta frameworks. They can literally copy each other. The hardest thing to copy, like forms are easy to copy. The static page thing, easy to copy. The hardest thing to copy is partial hydration and like resumability. Like the hydration stuff is really hard to copy, and maybe even stuff like the hybrid routing stuff we've been doing in Solid Start, because it's all the elements. But yeah, I think, but even that is probably doable. I think it's generalizable. I've been I think we can look into it, but I think the partial hydration stuff is, and mixing it, maybe mixing it with the client is going to be the hardest stuff for people to copy. But stuff like static pages, pre-rendering, super easy, as well as like the form stuff, very easy. Okay. New error overlay, nice. Content collection experimentation API. Organize your Markdown MDX content into easy managed collections. Add type safety to your front matter with schemas. Okay. Generate landing. Okay, I don't know what these are. Is there documentation on this thing at all? Like, what are content collections? Maybe it's in the PR. No, this is just the. Okay, sweet. It's actually already in the. Let me grab that off Twitch here, because the links work in Twitch and they don't work in StreamYard. Beautiful. Okay, content collections. Let's go. All right. So what are we looking at? Let's blow this up a bit so people can see. Okay. Define config experimental. Okay, cool. Okay. Content directory. Oh, this is okay. We're getting into like 11T territory here, like where we're like passing, like all posts have the same front meta properties. All newsletters have the same front meta properties. Okay, and we have Zod. Okay, maybe I'm still not completely seeing what this does. So, okay, I know how Zod works. Get collections blog. Interesting. Because, yeah, like they're talking about markdown files. So it's like, huh. Get me all the published blogs. Okay, got you. Map over them. Interesting. So markdown is data almost. It's funny because I think Ben did something like this when he was playing with Solid the other day, and I didn't even click on me because he was like loading markdown for something. It must have been on his brain, so to speak. He used FS in his Solid start. Or huh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I got the gist of it, but it's actually like super powered ability to handle documents. So I mean, the comparison to 11D is fair here in a sense, but essentially, like, yeah, that seems pretty powerful. I haven't really done much on like the static content side or like the blog side, except for like making demo apps to show off features of frameworks. Like I made a Marco tutorial based on like a blog site. I could see how this would be like super easy and super powerful piece there, because then like if you're just coming in and you're building your blog site, you can literally just dump stuff into this content folder, build a structure through your Astro files, and then just like all you have to do is drop in the new MD file or Markdown file for each blog as you finish it, and like everything's just wired up and it's just going to work really nicely, and you get all the benefits of it being structured by tools built in for Astro. Yeah, I think that's super powerful and very exciting for people, especially building those kind of content sites with lots of like documents. Astro uses any framework you want. Astro itself is just a server thing, and then you can put in components from any JavaScript library framework. It's the Astro. I focused a lot on Astro too. Astro Solid is like one of the sweet combos. Any of the small frameworks like Solid, Svelte, or Preact, because the partial hydration work really well. So they're the most common ones. I think a lot of people actually don't use React, or when they make the move to Astro with React, they actually switch to Preact. And a lot of there's been a number of our first bigger production sites being used on Solid were actually Astro Solid sites like NordVPN and whatnot. You use React with Astro? I mean, you can, but yeah, it was interesting. I actually saw an Astro React site the other day, where a guy had ported. I think he worked at Vercel, and he was like he'd moved his next app to an Astro site, and I remember looking at it because there was some comment made about like page loads between it and like navigation, and I was looking at it and I like load the site and I was like, I don't know, this is pretty fast. But then I went to slow 3G or whatever, and I did it, and then I saw it and I was like, oh no, there's this weird lag, and then I'm like, sure enough, it's because React is there. But like for like it was like lightning fast on the like fast network. Like I it was not suffering this like blog site for not being a single page app. Like not at all. So yeah, it's Astro is great because you can do any of that. Is there any other highlights from this one? I think those are the big ones, right? Server header, setting domain when deleting cookies. Yeah. No, I actually think this pre-render thing is interesting. I'm surprised they hadn't done this before. This API of export const pre-render true. That's an interesting one, and something that I've been thinking a lot about, because right now I just did something really simple. I just made an array in the config at the top and said screw it. I hate these named exports, but it's like so hard to avoid them. And it's very easy. The problem is if you make conventions around like exporting objects or configuration objects, without a compiler, you can't get the code splitting you want. So the separate exports let the APIs be more universal. But man, at a certain point, I kind of like when did this be better if you could just like export a single object and do stuff? Because like I don't know how do you get autocomplete when you try and go export const and you try and start writing pre-render? You don't remember if it's preload or pre-render. Like I don't like having generally. I don't even like the config objects. Admittedly, I don't like having a bunch of special named properties. It makes things awkward. TypeScript helps with that though, but it's interesting. I know Svelte does this, or SvelteKit does this as well, so it makes a lot of sense, and it's an easy API to use, so I can see it. But and I know I'm going to get pulled into more of these export consts before we're done. It's something that I'm always thinking about. Yeah, and Next did do this for they made actually a language server plugin for React server components, using TypeScript to do like all these kind of special stuff. And I have to admit, the fact that has to exist is what's making me seriously reconsider server components DX. Like I think that's a sign of like something bad is happening. Like that was like the last thing I was like thinking. I'm like, oh, there's something awkward about the DX. And then I saw that plugin and I was like, man, okay, yeah, we've definitely crossed a line here. So yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if there's a good solution. It might be the best solution out there. I'm just telling you what I think, like off the top of my head. So yeah, I think this requires more thoughts. But I'm always excited by a new Astro release. Astro is a great tool for building partially hydrated websites, and it's so easy to get into and just use. It's really good at what it does. It feels like a solution to the. Yeah, I think so. But I also think that's pretty much this week in JavaScript. Oh well. I don't know. Did I miss anything? I think we're pretty good on topics. I think I think God, I hate how like ads just sneak in. I'm like sitting on a promoted thing. Oh, interesting. See, I'm gathering this as size. Jacob eBay is telling us how I think they just reduced the size of their runtime here, and those are pretty significant. Unless it's a benchmark speed, like what is this? Can we find out what this is? I guess we're not going to find out. That's too bad. If it's size, it like this. There's a Preact narrative here somewhere because Preact has that effect on people. Anyway, honestly, I've been. Oh, I didn't talk about the solid stuff. Oh man, I should talk about solid stuff. Just okay, check it out. Did you guys see this? The new solid dev tools. This is awesome. Like people talk about, you know, how solid and React are similar and blah blah blah, and they're right. The thing you don't understand is to do stuff like these dev tools takes like completely like really took a lot of thinking to kind of figure out how to even approach it because we're dealing with a very different type of system for rendering. I am very impressed with the work Damien's been doing here. Like this is really cool. I'm gonna have to play with this a bit more soon. I got the oldest issue open on the solid repo is build good visualization dev tools, and I don't know if we're all the way there yet, but look at this. This is already like component owners DOM. He's got the different graphs going on, so you can see like this is already like such a huge step forward. Damien's one of our fellows, work on the Solid Fellowship program, and he's doing amazing work here. I hope I can help him to make these things even better. Like this is a big missing piece for us, and he's just nailing it. He's just like hitting it out of the park, so to speak. Like I'm very impressed with what he's been doing here, and this is so needed. Like if you want confidence in how your system works, show people under the scope of dev tools. Like see that those components don't re-render. Like this is look like you can actually see which reactive. Yeah. But yeah, that's very cool. And man, Tanner's just dropping hints left, right, and center. I love how most people who see this think he's talking about like a solid integration, like talking about like solid tan stack router or solid query or stuff. This is so much bigger than that. We'll talk more in the future. This was fun too. Prime's talking about solid switch and match. Apparently, he leaked on Theo's stream that he uses solid in his day job, and most people know that Prime works at Netflix, so that's pretty sweet. And finally, newest version of CodeMirror is out. CodeImage, not CodeMirror. He uses CodeMirror in it, which lets you create these stylized screenshots of code. The site looks super slick. It uses the motion1 animations and like solid and solid start. Like this is just a showcase of 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 what you can do with solid start here, and because this is like has to be client only. Just a slick thing. Yeah, we have the Motion 1 library for solid Motion 1. Yeah, I see. Do we see any cool animations here when I'm clicking around? Like I've already played with this site before, but yeah, I don't know. It's always it's always interesting because like some stuff has to be client only here. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I dissect this at some point, but very, very, very cool stuff to see. We're seeing like actual sites and apps being built in Solid Start, and yeah, look, he did one of the scroll animation effects. Do you know Solid doesn't use a virtual top? Man, nicely done. All right. Is there any other Solid stuff? No, I don't think so. But okay, we got there. Yeah, he said he built it in Solid. He said he built it in Solid Start. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, Solid Start has a lot of bugs, especially if you use Windows. Um, although I guess then it's arguable who has the bugs, but um, we're still working on stuff. There's a lot of like edge casey bugs, but like the happy path stuff works pretty well. It's just unfortunate that we have lots of bugs still. All right, cool. How are we on time? 4:42. Yeah, I'm good to cut this off whenever. I got my sushi coming tonight, but yeah, PRs help a lot. Someone had actually asked when I was looking. Let's go back to my my profile page. 1 second here, and look at here. What am I streaming today? There was a question about like how can I help with Solid Start and where we're at. I think Tamsec router, Jared Bunn. There's something here I wanted to. No, okay. Basically, we are still lacking very much on docs, and like the quickest way to get to the GitHub. Um, we have like 104 open issues. If you know anything about me, this number is incredibly high, and 19 pull requests. So yeah, I will usually keep the doc stuff rolling pretty fast. Although last week, geez, I've been so busy this week. Just keep it coming. We will get to it. Important part right now is identifying the issues so we can triage them. So anyway, how are we doing? Where are we at now? Because Twitch is still strong. YouTube's starting to weaken off. That's cool. We need dark theme. I think I'm good to call it. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about today, is there? Except yeah, stream schedule. I'm definitely taking next week off. I'm probably taking the week after that off too. So it might be a couple Fridays. I'd probably be back in the new year after this. I might like find an occasion to do a stream or something, but like we're off schedule, so to speak. This is my last stream probably before like holidays, so to speak. So, yeah. So if I don't talk to you all before that, we can pick it up in January. Walk the dog at 1:43. Is that 1:43 a.m.? Thank you all. Okay. Well, let me see. Is there anyone else going on? Yeah. No. I can't actually. Literally, no one I follow on Twitch is streaming right now. I don't follow that many people, but literally, no one is streaming, which is interesting. Okay. Well, I am ready to call it then. All right. You all have a good night, and until we're back again. Have happy holidays.